safety be cast upon the track today. And Lord, as these gentlemen to my right, Father, Lord, serving our armed forces around the world, we thank you for their service to our country, the United States of America, and we ask your blessings on our great country today. For it's in Christ's name, amen.
Here to honor America, the singing of our national anthem, please welcome Megan Watchring.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight over the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rang clear, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And a big roar from the crowd. They know that we're just moments away from hearing the engines fire up. Will everyone be chasing Jeff Gordon again? A six-time winner at Pocono. And the big question, will Pocono be his last race? After retiring a year ago, he's been called back to duty.
Everybody ready, set, go. Rev it up and let There's a party in the fast lane. Got my hands on the wheel and I'm flying. Heartbeat loud as the thunder rolls. Riding in on the stampede of lightning. I'm bringing back the sunshine. Bringing back the sunshine. Baby, it's about time. Oh, bring it back. Oh, yeah.
Welcome to NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Racing from Pocono. Today's telecast presented by Mobile One. Let's go trackside to Mike Massaro.
Rick, for Brad Keselowski, it's been a bit of a challenging week. A very hard practice crash in Watkins Glen during a test left him battered and sore, but it's not the first time he's arrived at Pocono after a testing crash. Back in 2011, he broke his ankle at Road Atlanta. That day in Pocono, though, he rallied and went to victory lane. He's hoping to do the same here once again today, looking for his second career Pocono win. Dave?
Denny Hamlin's crew chief told me, we're not great, but we're pretty good. And then he added, we can be great, absolutely. Denny Hamlin's won here 4 times, and they believe they can get to the front, Parker.
I spoke to Tony Gibson, Kurt Busch's crew chief, and I said, what about the gap to Toyota? He told me this is a place we can make up that gap because of shifting. We can carry third gear longer than other cars. Breaking news, they're also heading to the back. Marty?
Parker Martin Truex Jr. and his team focused Friday solely on qualifying because they knew they wanted to be on the pole. Why? Because they wanted this #1 pit stall today. Will that pay off for them this afternoon? We'll find out. Time for the command.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command, please welcome Director of Space Programs from the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Acquisition, Major General Roger T.
On behalf of America's Armed Forces, drivers, start your engines.
You're ready, go, let's go. Fired up when you're ready. Front home. Good fire when you're ready.
The sweetest words on a Monday morning. Drivers, all without a win in the 2016 season, fighting for points, but fighting to get to victory lane and lock themselves in to the chase. 6 races remain. Who will do it today? NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Mobile One. Energy lives here. Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. And by Nationwide. Nationwide is on your side. Add his name to the list of Brickyard 400 winners.
When we left this place here last year, I told my wife, well, now it's time to go win the championship.
Tonight he earns his first Cup title in a racetrack that makes legends. Kyle Busch has been legendary today.
Domination.
We all know in pro sports the hardest thing is staying up, and all it takes is a little bit, and you get a big dip. We're racing the best people in the world, and so you know they're coming.
You're the fast car. They don't get any better.
He swept it last week at Indianapolis, has never won at Pocono, one of only 2 tracks that Kyle Busch has not won on. Could he check this one off the list today? Today's starting grid is brought to you by Mobile One. As the cars begin to roll, we look at the front row. Martin Truex Jr. and Carl Edwards. Martin, a 36-year-old out of Marietta, New Jersey. He won at Pocono back in June of 2015. This is the same car from Charlotte where he dominated earlier this year.
Yeah, row 2, we have Paul Menard, who has a new crew chief this weekend, starting next to 4-time Pocono winner, Denny Hamlin.
2 Indiana natives make up row 3, Ryan Newman and Tony Stewart, both Pocono winners in their career.
Back in row 4, Brad Keselowski and Chase Elliott, the 20-year-old out of Dawsonville, Georgia, led 51 laps here in June when he finished 4th.
Yeah, row 5 is full of another 2 drivers that have wins at Pocono, Matt Kenseth, Joey Logano.
2 young stars make up row 6, both looking for their first ever Sprint Cup win.
Back in row 7, it's A.J. Allmendinger and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They are 22nd and 21st, respectively, in the Chase standings.
Yeah, row 8, you see Kurt Busch qualified 15th. It's going to have to go to the back, starting next to his brother, Kyle Busch.
Row 9, we have maybe the favorite from practice, Kevin Harvick, starting next to rookie Ryan Blaney.
Back in row 10, it's Jamie McMurray and Casey Mears. Jamie, out of Joplin, Missouri, he has top 10s in 3 of the last 5 Pocono races.
Row 11, Jimmy Johnson, a 3-time winner here, starting next to Chris Buescher.
2 Hendrick Motorsports teammates make up row 12, 2-time winner Casey Kane and 6-time Pocono winner Jeff Gordon.
Continue through the starting grid, but while we're watching that, let's see if we can chat with Kurt Busch, who will have to go to the back because of unapproved body adjustments, so he will start in the back of the field. Let's see if we can chat with him.
Hey Kurt, Jeff Burton in the NBCSN booth, you with us?
Hey, Jeff Burton, I got you.
All right, bud, and I know not the way you want the day to start. You're going to have to start at the back of the field. Tell us how much more difficult that makes your day.
Well, when the crew chief's calling at 8 a.m. to give you news, it's usually not good. So, all good. You know, let's work our way from the back. We got this competition yellow, lap 15. Got to check the tires, make sure everything's good. But we won here last time on a Monday, and I got a really great team with the Monster Energy Chevy and Haas Automation and everybody at SHR.
Well, to get to the front, do you think you're going to have a car fast enough to drive your way there, or are you going to have to use strategy?
Oh, come on, Burton, you know me. I'm going to have to rein this baby in. She's just going to roll right to the front, and we got to be patient with it, and we got to be smooth with it.
Well, we'll all be watching, that's for sure. Have fun, bud.
10-4, thanks for checking in on us.
It will definitely be enjoyable watching him work his way from the back to the front. We'll ride along with a few different drivers today, including Eric Almirola, who has the Smithfield onboard camera starting in row 14. Eric, another one of the drivers that will have to go to the back for changes prior to the start of this race. Jeff Gordon in the number 88 has the Nationwide in-car camera starting 24th. The Sprint onboard is being carried around by Casey Kane in the 5 car. He starts 23rd today. Kevin Harvick has the Mobile One onboard camera starting in row 9. A little further forward in row 5, the Ford in-car camera, and that is Joey Logano. Tony Stewart has the Mobile One onboard camera. He will start in row 3, and that's 6th position. want to check in one more time with the pits before the green flag flies. Let's go back to Mike.
Well, Rick, one of the guys on the playoff bubble is Jamie McMurray. And before last week, things were trending in the right direction. Consecutive top 10s until Indianapolis. Had a good run going, but got caught up in a late restart altercation. Ended up 19th and left extremely frustrated. His crew chief, Matt McCall, told me this morning, we need to put that behind us and get back on track today. He rolls off 19th, looking for another top 10. Dave?
Mike Chase Elliott's crew in contact with him about the start of this race. They wanted to know from spotter Eddie DeHunt how the track looked, and Eddie gave them his description and then added, as best as I can tell. Well, you know who will be the one to tell first. That's going into turn 1 at 200 miles an hour. That'll be Chase Elliott. It'll be a big first lap for these drivers. Parker?
I spoke to Greg Ives, the crew chief of the 88, working for the second week in a row with Jeff Gordon. I asked him about the weekend in Hull. He said, hey, it's been a little bit of a struggle, more than we'd like. Why? Not because Jeff Gordon, a 6-time winner here, needs to figure out the track. It was to figure out the spring setup they had in this car. Very different than what they had last year. They were trying to make the car get acclimated to him. Dale Earnhardt, I asked him about speaking to Dale Earnhardt Jr. He said, hey, I spoke to him for an hour on Friday, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. tweeted yesterday he's hoping this team has a fun and successful day. Marty?
Parker, Kevin Harvick will be without his normal crew chief Rodney Childers because of a lug nut violation at Indianapolis. But Stewart Haas Racing went to the bullpen with some strength. Dax Geringer, a longtime race engineer. You see him on the left-hand side of your screen, and a longtime race engineer with Rodney Childers, too. In fact, they won the race together a couple of years ago with David Rudiman, the Coca-Cola 600. And they might have a little luck on their side as well, as teammate Kurt Busch won here in June with the substitute crew chief, Johnny Klausmeier, that day filling in for Tony Gibson. Kevin Harvick hoping that luck continues here in August. Rick?
Thank you, Marty. Let's take a look at today's Ram Guts and Glory.
Yeah, Rick, we have to look at Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, and Jimmy Johnson. 3 cars that all had good speed in practice but didn't qualify as well as we expected, where they're going to have to be aggressive early, Jeff, to get towards the front.
Yeah, no question. Now you got to add Kurt Busch to that group, too. So a lot of really fast race cars. I don't know. We'll see if they can drive to the front. I think this start of this race is going to be aggressive. You've got to go and try to get spots.
And, Rick, I really believe we've heard it in so many driver interviews while we were in rain delay. That competition caution at lap 15 truly changes their approach. They're trying to be aggressive early because they know they have a caution coming in 15 laps.
So the 43 of Eric Almirola also dropping to the back with Kurt Busch for the start of this race. The lights are out on the pace car, and that indicates to the drivers and everyone watching that the next time by, the green flag will fly.
And so right now it's so important. You know, we've been doing it for the last hour. We've been talking about racing. We've been joking around, goofing off up here. Well, the drivers have been doing that too. Well, they've got to get their head in race mode right now. You've been sitting in your motorhome. You haven't been thinking about racing. You know, an extra day off. Sometimes we see these drivers try to push a little too hard to start this race. You got to go hard because you got to get every spot you can. But at the same time, you have to temper it just a little bit and not let those unsettled nerves get to you right at the start of this race.
How about the 78? A little pep talk on the radio before the start of this one.
Be smart. We'll keep you abreast on any weather that develops best we can. Have a good one out there. 10-4. Good luck, boys. Have some fun. Finish the deal.
That could be the other thing. Pop-up showers. They happen, as we saw, we were well aware of it yesterday. They can happen at Pocono. The potential for these teams, race to lap 80, 81, and it could be an official race if rains come.
And while the 78 has the best starting position, starting on the pole alongside a Toyota teammate of Carl Edwards, they have the advantage currently, but that can be very stressful early on with this caution coming, because what strategy will they implement? Will they come in, be conservative, put 4 tires on it, maybe only right sides? How hard do they push off the start? There's a lot of question marks even for the front row.
You mentioned the competition caution, which is coming at lap 15. That's a little less than halfway through what a fuel run would be, but because of the rains through the area, the jet dryers, the Air Titans that were on the track, really washing off most of the rubber that was put down over the weekend. So a very green racetrack, not a lot of rubber on there. NASCAR and the teams will want to take a look at the tire wear after 15 laps of competition. And we're about ready to get underway. 2 by 2, 20 rows deep, 40 cars. Fans on their feet. Monday afternoon racing from Long Pond, Pennsylvania. Green flags in the air.
Busch way in the back, making a move, trying to pick up a lot of spots. He's already gotten by about 5 cars.
They fan out on starts and restarts. Top 2, top 3 trying to separate themselves as they go through turn 1.
They fan out in the front stretch, have to get double file for turn 1, Rick, but the tunnel corner is even narrower. They're going to have to get single file by here.
If you go through here double wide and somebody behind you is single file, they're going to take advantage of that. You lose so much momentum. So watch Austin Dillon behind these 2 cars. See if he can take advantage of the 24 out of the groove a little bit.
Austin Dillon in the 3, that green with black hood. Austin Dillon making a run, who's going to get by Chase Elliott.
You see Paul Menard making the move to the inside here for the 3rd position. A nice move on Denny Hamlin in the 11. Looks like he had to fall back in line.
We listened in to Martin Truex Jr. not only the pep talk, and you're hearing someone on the radio mentioning the mist. But Martin Truex Jr. wanted to be single file when they got to turn 1, get out in front of Carl Edwards. That's exactly how it has happened. It's Truex, Edwards, Hamlin, Menard, Newman, the top 5. Kurt Busch already, after starting 40th, up to 28th. And just on the 2nd lap.
He knew he had a good car and he's being aggressive early. I like that decision.
It's by Chris Buescher in the 34. Also the 23 of David Reagan. Back there, and Kurt Busch has made up 11 spots already.
They're going to get a little bit harder to pass as he works his way up the field. The quality of competition gets tougher. So you've got to get through this layer of cars as quickly as you can so that when you do get to those faster cars, they're not so far away from you. You don't have to run them down from such a long distance. So being aggressive early really helps him in positioning with the faster cars.
If you're a fan of Kevin Harvick, Tony Stewart, or Danica Patrick, make sure to look very closely because all 3 have a very similar paint scheme. With the Mobil 1 on board, as Kurt Busch closing in on one of his teammates, Danica Patrick just in front of him. Sparks fly.
But you can see already how he's gotten to these cars, and he's having a much tougher time getting by them. He just blew by the cars a little further back in the field, but the minute he got to the back of Danica, he just can't find a way. She has a fast car, and you're handicapped when you're behind somebody. So it's going to get tough from this point.
And when you talk about momentum, Michael McDowell gets moved to the top side off turn 3 right there by the 13 of Casey Mears. And look at the 10 of Danica Patrick. She's going to push the 13 by. The 41's also going to follow into turn 1.
We always see the serpentine look as they come down the front straightaway, trying to find clean air or trying to get a draft.
They're trying to get away from it. You know, if the guy in front of you turns down, then you want to go with him to get that draft. But sometimes we'll see a guy turn down as these 2 teammates work by the 95. Sometimes you'll see someone turn down to get away from the car next to him to reduce the drag on the side of the car. So it depends on the situation.
Working on lap 4. Still out front, Martin Truex Jr. has almost a second lead over Carl Edwards, Denny Hamlin, Paul Menard, Ryan Newman, then Joey Logano running 6th. The highest scored Ford, Tony Stewart, Austin Dillon, Chase Elliott, and Matt Kenseth, the top 10. Already handful for the 95.
In the 95, you can see Casey Mears tucked right up behind the 95 car of Michael McDowell and just took the air off the back of the spoiler, got him loose, took advantage of it.
Off the racetrack he went. There's Ryan Newman in the 31, that Caterpillar number 31 just in front of the 14 of Tony Stewart. Behind them, the 3 of Austin Dillon.
We're starting to see the 14 of Tony Stewart run in the top 10 on a regular basis right now. This is many races in a row that he's been able to qualify well and then also run into the top 10. So, you know, after that win at Sonoma, it hasn't slowed down. The momentum is moving in the right direction for sure.
And you see why that 14 car looked really, really good through turn 3, consistently left front on the yellow line. Now he ducks out of line going into turn 1 underneath the 31. So hard to do, heavy braking. Almost just showed the nose to Ryan Newman and said, hey, I'm here, bud. Ryan Newman chooses to block, take the spot away. Now Tony Stewart's going to have to find some momentum off one of these corners.
Yeah, if you're going to pass Ryan Newman, you're going to have to work at it. Ryan Newman is one of the toughest racers out there. Makes his car really wide, very difficult to pass. He will make you work hard.
And Tony Stewart's been doing such a good job, as you guys mentioned. It's funny, I was talking to Mike Bagaravich about that earlier this week. His crew chief, he said, people forget we've only had 10 weeks of working together, and it's building our confidence each week. They said it was a test at Indianapolis earlier this year, and then a race at Pocono that really got them going in the right directions. My confidence is going up because I know what Tony wants in the car, and his confidence is going up. Jeff, it's amazing to think that even a multi-time champion like Tony Stewart needs a little bit of confidence, but even for experienced drivers, confidence helps, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, and you see him again showing the inside of Newman. Just showing Newman, hey, look, I won't buy. You're holding me up a little bit. But Newman's not going to care. Newman's going to race him hard. You're going to have to pass Newman. But confidence is huge. But let's be clear. Without results, you can't have confidence. Tony Stewart has confidence because of the results. You know, if confidence becomes with results, that's arrogance. There's a major difference. When you're running 25th, you can't have confidence. If you do, you're crazy. So having that confidence after results, that is what's important.
Confidence might be lacking for Brad Keselowski after his little bobble.
Yeah, well, you see right here, way up out of the groove in turn 3, has to do the best he can to try to get back in the groove and carry that momentum down the front stretch. You see in the second groove already, the car takes a big moment and goes up the racetrack even higher.
He was running 11th, lost 2 spots, dropped back to 13th. Brad Keselowski, a former winner at this racetrack. Martin Truex Jr. is out front, the site of one of the most emotional wins of his career, leading at Pocono. Watch every Sprint Cup Series race with the NBC Sports app and get closer with additional camera angles, driver stats, and track information. It's available on mobile, tablet, and connected TVs. Download the app and find out more at NBCSports.com/live. Biggest mover presented by Sprint. Kurt Busch already made up 14 spots after having to go to the back of the field for unapproved body adjustments. Sprint's network reliability is now within 1% of Verizon. Switch today and save 50% on most Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Visit a Sprint store or sprint.com/network today. Parker?
Well, one thing that might be helping that 41 car is his third gear. They brought a third gear here back in June that only he ran. Well, he won the race. So all the Stewart-Haas cars brought that third gear back. Why? It puts them better in their power band, and they feel like it really gives them speed in turn 2. Right now, he's just a little tight in dirty air, which we know is always tough getting by other cars, but they're moving forward, as you can see. He's pretty happy with the race car that Tony Gibson's crew chief.
Parker just mentioned the word power band, the most optimal area for the car to be running at.
Yeah, so basically each manufacturer, each engine package has a certain range of RPM where it makes the most power. That's really the power band. That's one thing we think here at Pocono that's unique at this racetrack. These drivers can shift. As you just mentioned, the 41 and the third gear option they brought here, it can basically be designed to fit the Chevrolet and the Hendrick engine that this 41 car runs. We in the booth and even in the garage here, we're hearing a little bit of buzz that might help some of these Chevys and Fords catch up to the Toyotas. With that said, though, they're currently 1 through 3, so it looks like the Toyotas have found something to overcome that.
A little while ago, we were watching Tony Stewart and Ryan Newman battle it out. See, Tony Stewart, he kept looking, getting into turn 1. He just kept showing Ryan Newman, hey, look, I'm quicker. And finally, Ryan Newman kind of saw the writing on the wall and said, you know what, I'll work with you. Tony has a little faster car, and I'll give you that spot. That's something Ryan Newman doesn't do a whole lot of, but if you are somebody that races him with a lot of respect, then he'll give you that spot. But Ryan's one of those guys that just, he wants to race every lap, which is great. That's what we want from race car drivers. But he just kept showing, Stewart just kept showing it to him, and finally Ryan said, okay, you go take it.
Well, we talk about the uniqueness of this racetrack. It's just not the 3 unique corners, but also what the driver's doing. What a great shot. So on the left side of the screen, you have Casey Kane driving with the steering wheel. Underneath is where his car is on the racetrack, but then the right side of the screen, I think, is the coolest shot. It's Casey Kane's feet. So you watch right here out of turn 1. Watch his feet. Right there, he blips the throttle, pulls the car down into 4th gear. He's now heading towards the tunnel, Jeff.
And as he heads toward the tunnel, watch his right foot right here. So you saw that little blip where you heard him go to the throttle, like that. That's when he slid it into 3rd gear. Watch it. This will be a more representative of it in turn 3, because he'll definitely downshift here. So right there, you saw him give a little bit of throttle, then he went to the shifter. That's getting the RPMs where it needs to be before you can downshift as he makes the move. Listen,
when he upshifts, he uses the clutch. When he downshifts, he doesn't.
Well, he doesn't have to use the clutch on the upshift. His drivers have been taught to do that, but it's really not necessary. Again, watch his right foot and the left box. As he puts the throttle down, then he downshifts. That moves the RPMs into the engine. If he didn't do that, if he just downshifted, it spikes the RPMs. It gives the engine way too many RPMs way too quickly, and that's very, very hard on the engine, the transmission, the drive shaft, the rear end, all that drivetrain. It's very, very hard on that.
Hey, you notice how that was? It was unnecessary to use the clutch. Crew chiefs and engine builders, we'd like to see that clutch. Marty?
And guys, for the 22 of Joey Logano, he started 10th. He's made his way up to the 5th position. He said the car is very good everywhere except turn 3 where it's too tight. So he's doing something interesting. He's actually adjusting the track bar inside the car only for turn 3. He does it right before he gets in the corner, and after he exits the corner, he undoes the track bar adjustment. He did. So Steve, are you cool with your driver making that adjustment since it's such a big racetrack during each lap?
Yeah, Marty, I'm absolutely cool with my driver using any tool possible for him to help his car handle. And with these long straightaways, there's a rule, Rick, that only allows that track bar to adjust so fast, so it doesn't work at most racetracks. But with the long straightaways here, Joey Logano taking advantage of it, moving the track bar for the flat turn 3, and now we see the competition caution out here at lap 15.
Everyone had completed the 15th lap as they were just getting ready to start the 16th lap, and the competition does come out now with Martin Truex Jr., Carl Edwards, Denny Hamlin. Drivers aren't allowed to add fuel to the car prior to the competition caution, but could that have been a strategy play by somebody that was maybe within the delta, 10, 11, 12 seconds, to come in and change tires so that now they only would have to do fuel and maybe a quicker stop knowing that the caution was coming?
We will see that next weekend. The problem here is that you get spread out so far that you end up netting out worse. So if you did that and you pitted, then you would come in the last car on the lead lap. You would have a quicker pit stop, but you would have given up so many spots, so much ground on the racetrack. Because remember, you have to be a certain distance from the leader before that strategy works. So you would have given up spots to all those cars behind you, and then although your pit stop would be quicker, you would probably come out further behind than you would have if you didn't.
The simple thing is these crew chiefs have to be mathematicians. They have to understand how much time you can gain on the restarts, on pit road, on the racetracks. this strategy that we talk about and the differing strategies in the field today, they will be very, very complicated. And what makes it even more difficult is until you see where the cautions fall in the last, say, 25 or 30% of this race, you don't know if you were on the right strategy until it's too late.
But what's interesting, listen. It's quiet.
Everybody's shutting their cars.
They're coming to pit road, but their engines are shut off. Explain why.
Well, because basically after 15 laps, these cars are going to take about 9.5 gallons worth of fuel. So if you can save a half a gallon here, you can shorten that pit stop up completely. With all 40 cars in the lead lap, pit stops are going to be very important. Pit road is going to be very busy. I expect all of the leaders, if not everyone in the top 20 or 25, to take at most 2 tires. Gas only or only 2 tires, so if you can save a little gas on the racetrack, you can speed up the pit stop.
It's, I think people think of cautions as a time to rest.
No.
It's not a time to rest.
Right.
It's time to find it's another opportunity to find an advantage.
And Rick, a little damp in a couple lanes of pit road. We'll have to watch that as well.
Keep our eye on that. And again, more timing sections on pit road as well. They went from 10 to 18, so watch for speeding. Mike.
Carl Edwards rolls down pit road. In the second position is crew chief Dave Rogers, weighing his options between 4 tires and 2. They've decided to go with 4. The car started off tight but freed up as he went along. Dave?
Right side Goodyear tires for third place running Denny Hamlin, and 1 can of Sunoco fuel. He stalls it as he leaves, Marty.
Paul Menard says he's tight in turn 3, especially in traffic, but loose into turn 1. Danny Stockman, his new crew chief this week, said we're going to fix turn 1. You see the wedge adjustment and the air pressure, right side tires. Bottom of your screen, Martin Truex Jr. already left pit road with the 2 right side tires. His car loose in turn 1, Rick.
Race off pit road brought to you by Geico, won by Martin Truex Jr. Everybody on that page, 2 tires. You heard somebody chose 4. They're not even close to the top 10. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Pennzoil Synthetics. Make the switch to Pennzoil Synthetics today. Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. And by Toyota. Let's go places. Mike Massaro.
Rick, the 48 team, Jimmy Johnson, spent an extensive period of time on pit road repairing damage to the nose. He has a hole in the nose. Not sure exactly how he got it. He didn't tell his team. However, he was saying the car was handling a little bit loose, so they also made a spring rubber adjustment, put some spring rubbers in, took advantage of the time on pit road.
Track position so important, and two drivers that decided it was more important than coming to pit road were Brad Keselowski and Greg Biffle.
We talk about strategies. Well, you need to get off strategy. Both the two of Brad Keselowski and the 16 of Greg Biffle didn't have track position. How do you get it? Just stay on the racetrack. Now they're on the front row for the restart.
Keselowski on the outside, Biffle on the inside. They make up row number 1. Truex Jr. and Paul Menard making up row 2. Green flag back in the air. And they fan out once again. A drag race into turn number 1. Biffle has the advantage on the inside. Can he hang on to it? 3 wide behind him. Greg Biffle out in front at Pocono.
We saw that restart. We saw a car fall into the back. That appeared to be Paul Menard. Oh,
choking out of the 78. Martin Truex Jr. into the wall. And the caution will come out.
And you saw him sparking into the corner.
Martin running 3rd at the time.
We blow up. No, I can't get in 3rd gear.
Paul Menard has transmission trouble right there. That was what was wrong with him. Restarted 4th. He can't get it into 3rd gear, so he's stuck in either 2nd or 4th. It happened on the restart, Jeff. We see right here the 27 probably in 2nd gear for the restart, I'm assuming. He goes to go from 2nd to 3rd. You see the car will not get into 3rd gear. Everyone has to scatter to go around him. And then he's stuck either in 2nd or 4th gear.
Yeah, what a great job Denny Hamlin did to keep from running really hard into the back of the 27 of Paul Menard. He lost spots, but that was great. And then we see going into the tunnel turn, you saw smoke coming out of the right front early. He had some sort of a problem for sure. The front end's down. Probably, I don't know if he ran over something, cut a tire. Just put right sides on. So, obviously,
you don't know. After a pit stop, perhaps you ran over a piece, or maybe the tire changer could hit the valve stem with the gun, have a slow leak. There's a lot of things that could cause a flat tire, but definitely looks to be some heavy damage on the 78 of Martin Truex Jr.
Not the way he wanted to start this race. Get your NASCAR coverage when you're on the go with NASCAR Mobile. It's the official app of NASCAR, which puts race coverage and live in-car cameras right at your fingertips. You can also listen to drivers and teams discuss race strategy. Download it for free at NASCAR.com/mobile. Welcome back to the Pennsylvania 400. Riding along with Tony Stewart, currently 20th. His teammate, the 4 of Kevin Harvick. Currently running 11th. Greg Biffle, Brad Keselowski staying out, and Keselowski not going. And Keselowski scored as the second car, but didn't have a very good restart as Greg Biffle shot out of the restart zone.
And Keselowski could not get going or either that. He had some sort of problem, or he just didn't anticipate the 16 of Greg Biffle going as early as he did.
Well, one thing, when we talk about shifting on the racetrack, it also opens up opportunity for some teams to restart in first gear versus second gear. So restarts, not only are they crazy, as we see right here, is traffic 2 and 3 wide, but also very crazy accelerating out of the zone.
Kyle Larson, a guy we keep talking about, needing to get his first win, putting a lot of pressure on Greg Biffle for the lead.
And Jeff, as we pay attention to the 2 car, he's told me before the race, and this was a bit of foreshadowing, he said his biggest concern today, restarts. Feels like it's going to be critical, and we just saw it there. He lost a couple of positions as he faded back to 4th.
You know, surprising to see him leave that far away from Biffle. You know, normally Keselowski does a really good job of leaving on restarts. As we fan out again, everybody battling for the bottom, getting into 1.
Time you see Kevin Harvick taking advantage of it as he gets by the 5 of Casey Kane.
That was a perfect way to use those 4 tires. He pushed the 5 of Casey Kane past the 21 of Ryan Blaney, then at the last minute pulled out of line, and now the other car on 4 tires, the 19 of Carl Edwards, is trying to follow Tony Stewart past Casey Kane.
Looking at that inside line as they go through the tunnel turn.
This is a test also. Everybody's watching the 19 car and the 4 car on pit road because those are the 2 highest cars on 4 tires. They both chose to put 4 tires on. So this is your gauge. What's more important, track position or tires? And everybody's watching.
Good battle for the lead. Greg Biffle trying to hold off Kyle Larson. The best time to get a position is right after a restart, and that's what Kyle Larson is trying to take advantage of.
And right now, Kyle Larson is probably frustrated because Greg Biffle stayed on the racetrack. He has 24 laps on his tires, and he's going to have to pit for fuel soon. So every lap the 42 has to run behind the 16 is costing the 42 time. He needs to get by the 16 and start stretching his lead.
Not able to do it yet as they go down Long Pond straightaway and into turn 2.
It's interesting how Greg Biffle leaves both corners a little bit high. I thought he left high enough where the 42 of Larson was going to be able to get a run on him, but it actually helped Greg Biffle run down the straightaway. So 42 way up the racetrack. Racetrack this time is not ready for that yet. It may be ready as the race goes on and gets rubbered up, but right now if you get up there, you're going to lose spots as you see Joey Logano taking advantage.
Yeah, it looked like the 42 got down behind the 16, lost the air, big wiggle off the 42, and Joey Logano takes advantage of it. We'll see if the 22 will be able to get by the 16 quicker, although he's not done passing Kyle Larson yet. Kyle's still right on his right rear quarter panel.
You see Kyle Larson, who went up the track there in turn 3. A little bit might be a brake issue. They fought a long pedal in practice. He got in the car today, and in that first run before the competition caution, he told his crew chief that it was still happening, and it was worse when he turned the fans on. As a driver, I can't really tell you what that means or why it would get worse, but they are fighting still a long brake pedal, which can be really hard as you get off in the corners, especially at turn 3. Marty?
Parker, we found the right front tire from Martin Truex Jr.'s car, and it just came off a while ago, and it was not the main valve stem that was knocked off. It was actually the inner liner valve stem, and that does the same exact damage. That could be from a loose lug nut. It could be from the gun, the air gun accidentally hitting that valve stem, but that valve stem is missing, and that's why Martin Truex Jr. lost air pressure all of a sudden and hit the wall.
And so on racetracks, a little contact there between Blaney and Chase Elliott. Ryan Blaney in the 21, Chase Elliott in the 24.
Yeah, these guys, this race back here for 12th, 11th, 13th, it's been pretty intense. These guys are going at it. Remember, the 21 car of Blaney, he needs some good finishes. The last few weeks have not gone well for them. They need some good finishes and maybe even need a win to move themselves into chase. He's got to be aggressive.
Well, and we're currently 42 points out. It can't just be good.
Oh,
you see the 21.
sideways by Ryan Blaney.
My goodness, and then you see the chain reaction as the 20 tries to go by the 47 at AJ Allmendinger, another car that needs to be aggressive. He's not even on our chase bubble. He's below Trevor Bayne in 6th. These cars have to be aggressive. We talked about it at the top of the show, Rick. The chase is coming, 6 races away.
And now Blaney's on the outside of Kenseth. You see Kenseth moved up to the left side of the 21, tried to pull the air off of him, slow that car down, and then moved away from him to try to get a help with draft. 21 of Blaney did a great job on the outside of turn 3. We've seen how slick it is, but he was able to use that outside and carry the momentum on the front straightaway.
Is that a frustration situation for Ryan Blaney? Maybe driving a little frustrated because of the way he was racing with Chase Elliott, got a little bit loose up the racetrack?
I think he's driving like an aggressive rookie. I just think that he's going forward. He knows the situation he's in. He's got to be aggressive.
We look back at what just took place between the 24 and 21.
Yeah, you can see the 24 and 21. The 24 moves down on the 21, trying to side draft him to slow the 21 down. That's a side draft like we see at Daytona and Talladega. That's what that was all about. Now, as they enter the tunnel side by side, this is difficult because when you enter that tunnel, your car is very unloaded. Now the 24 is pulling the air off the back of the 21, taking the air off his spoiler in a very flat, very low grip corner, and you see how much momentum it costs the 21 of Blaney.
And Jeff, you know neither of those drivers are doing anything wrong, including Chase Elliott, who is racing the 21 very tight. His quote afterwards, "I had to stop the bleeding somehow." He restarted at 8, had already lost 3 positions.
They were racing.
Right.
It's a battle for position, and that's
what we all want to watch.
That's exactly right, and that's what you're supposed to do. We know, we've talked about it, how important track position is. It's just not for the leader. It's for the guys running in 8th, 12th, 18th. Every position matters because it opens the door for strategies. It opens the door for better restarting positions. It opens the door for being on pit road in a better spot. So every position matters.
Every position matters, and every position is worth a point. Remember, those that are right around the chase bubble, they're fighting for every point they can get. Welcome back to NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Racing for Pocono. This telecast presented by Mobile One. That just happened. seconds ago, Joey Logano was able to get by Greg Biffle for the lead. This is what it looked like coming down the front stretch.
Yeah, Greg Biffle's been really pacing this race. He was able to drive away from Joey Logano. He got off turn 3 and just lost a little bit of grip, got a little bit high on the exit of 3. That allowed the 22 to make a big run on him. But what we've seen with this 16 car, this strategy that he's playing, remember, he hasn't pitted yet. He's going to pit in a little while. If this strategy works out, he has a fast enough car to pull this thing off. So that's a lot of optimism for the Roush Fenway camp to see that car with that much speed.
And Jeff, his crew chief is Brian Patty, a kid that loves, I call him a kid, that's what I knew him when he started in racing, loves the strategy and loves to make bold calls. That's one of the reasons why he left his driver out on old tires. The other reason, well, that word came from Greg Biffle after the restart. He said, "Thank you, Doug Yates. Horsepower on the 16. That can keep him out front too."
When we talk about strategy, another car working a unique strategy is Kevin Harvick. When all the leaders came to pit road and took 2 tires, as you see Kyle Larson working on the 16 here as well, the 4 of Kevin Harvick took 4 tires. And you could do that with the fastest race car. He's worked his way back up through traffic as Kyle Larson. This is what happens. Greg Biffle loses that clean air. Now he's easier to pass for the rest of these cars.
How quickly does the 16 and the 2 come to pit road? Should they be coming to pit road now because of how close they are to the leader?
Well, with how many cautions we've had, they've probably been able to save a little bit of fuel. They want to stretch that out. It could be 2 or 3 laps away, but you saw how quick the traffic bottled up there off of turn 3. Harvick did a great job of avoiding it and getting by the 3 of Austin Dillon. He's now going to set his sights on Greg Biffle.
But you said it best. Now that the 16 is back in traffic, his car drives completely different. So we saw the 3 of Dillon get right behind the 16. He's getting ready to pit. See his hand out the window. So watch right here. See the 3. He gets up behind 16. The 16 gets a little slow off the 3, which is how he lost the lead. Here comes the 3. He can't quite get underneath him, and that slowed him down, and now Kevin Harvick makes a move on the outside. But watch the 16. He had his hand out the window. Watch him to be pitting this lap.
Big sweeping turn 3 at Pocono.
And remember now, Greg Biffle, one of our first cars we've seen pit under green flag. We already talked about the multiple added timelines. He has to be very careful not to speed. We talk about strategies. The crew chief can work all the strategy he wants. Brian Patty can make great calls, but if they speed on pit road, it's going to kill their strategy, Dave.
They're coming now, Stephen. His car, as you probably saw in that video, a little bit free, so they're going to make a slight adjustment for him on that. It's going to be air pressure for him. He'll get 4 Goodyear tires and 2 cans of Sunoco fuel. They've stretched their fuel about to the limit they wanted, and they may have wanted Greg to pit that lap earlier, guys, before he had trouble around the Austin Dillon car.
Back out onto the racetrack. We expect to see the 2 of Brad Keselowski on pit road shortly. Under the same strategy, they stayed out when the competition caution came out.
So you see Biffle coming off pit road, and that car coming to the start-finish line, that's Joey Logano. So Greg Biffle, by them staying out the way they did and gaining that track position, and then Greg Biffle doing a great job of making that car go fast and getting the most of it, they easily stayed in the lead lap. So that's the strategy. And you can see right now, Keselowski, they're on the same strategy also. So he has to stay within a certain distance of the leader as well, so that when he pits and comes out, he also is in the lead lap.
So basically, the whole strategy when it comes to Pocono Raceway is being able to pit and not lose a lap. Well, right here, you see the lead car is the green dot. The red dot is a car maybe back in 8th or 10th position. Well, as they come around to finish this lap, the lead car, he's going to continue to run. But this 10th place car, he's going to come to pit road, get 4 tires, get fuel. Great call. But the key is you have to pit from an area where you can come out in front of the leader, just like this car did here. We saw the 16 of Greg Biffle pit from the lead. He's out well in front of Joey Logano. Now other teams will measure that delta, Rick, that amount of time they can be behind the leader and save their lap.
Let's call the green dot Joey Logano because he's the race leader, and we'll say that the red dot now becomes the 2 of Brad Keselowski. He'll be the next car that has to come to pit road, and currently Keselowski is 5.3 seconds back from Joey Logano.
So I feel the 2 should easily be able to come to pit road, get service, get 4 tires, and join the racetrack probably 5 to 7 seconds in front of the leader. But there's a lot of assumptions in there as we see Kevin Harvick move past Kyle Larson. All the assumptions are good on and off pit road and a good pit stop. We talk about execution, we talk about mistakes. You cannot afford to have them, especially when you pit under green flag conditions.
And Steve, the 2 certainly paying attention to that delta right now. The team already on the wall. awaiting the pit stop. Remember, a week ago on a track pretty similar to this in terms of distance and the fuel mileage, they went 42 laps on that first run. The team waiting to bring the 2-car down here and service it. They did not stop during the competition caution. They're on old tires, and it slipped from 2nd to 8th on that final on that last most recent restart. Marty?
Like, I guess, the garage area rumors that were prevalent on Saturday and Sunday morning that Kevin Harvick was the fastest car, pretty true. Everyone talking about how quick that 4-car is. They restarted 15th up to 2nd. As you see, Harvick has not said a word on this one, but the 4 tires proving very good. That 4-car also very strong. You know, this is a racetrack where Kevin Harvick has never won. 0 for 31 at Pocono, 1 of 4 he's never won at, but believe me, he wants to win this afternoon.
Second twice. The most recent was a year ago for Kevin Harvick, finishing 2nd, so great stats there. And Kevin Harvick continues to run the fastest laps on the track.
Yeah, but you heard Marty Snyder talk to him, I think it was yesterday during the rain fail, and he mentions we see the Brad Keselowski come to pit road. Kevin Harvick, supposed to be
looks
good.
Like a water bottle that Brad Keselowski just hit on the track. Mike.
And Keselowski saying the front won't work on entry. They're going to make a wedge adjustment there, air pressure adjustment, and for the first time today, they'll take 4 good years. An air pressure adjustment, fuel as well. The team servicing now the left side of the race car, trying to get them off pit road as quickly as possible, trying to erase that delta and stay on the lead lap.
78 troubles continue after cutting a right front tire going down and getting into the wall. They tried to make it back out onto the track, and issues still continue for Martin Truex Jr. and this team.
Yeah, obviously, when they got in the wall, they had trouble. You know, when you wreck these race cars, it's very hard. You come in, you try to fix them, you do everything you can, but you know, when these cars travel, they move so much. You get tire rubs, you get all kinds of problems. The team think they have it fixed, but in many cases they don't.
Yeah, it's just only so much time to do that. So Brad Keselowski has come to pit road, changed his 4 tires, got fuel, and gone back onto the racetrack. And much like we were discussing before, Rick, he's done a great job of staying in front of the leader, Joey Logano.
With 4 fresher tires, able to click off faster laps. Kevin Harvick continuing to click off the fastest laps. That last time by, he was 0.3 of a second faster than Joey Logano. The gap between the two just over 1 second. Matter of laps before we see that battle continue. NASCAR Race View gives you access to features that let you follow your favorite driver as if you're right here at the track. Get live stats, leaderboards, driver and team communications, and more on all your devices. It's available now for an all-new low price when you visit NASCAR.com/raceview. Most wins at Pocono, presented by Sprint. Jeff Gordon has that honor of being able to say once again he has the most wins at a racetrack, 6 here at Pocono. Sprint's network reliability is now within 1% of Verizon's, which today save 50% on most Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Visit a Sprint store or sprint.com/network today. Parker?
Well, Jeff Gordon, who started 24th today, is getting where he's just having to pick up the gas too late off of turn 3 and turn 1, which is obviously not giving him the run on the straightaway right now. Other than that, that's the only issue they're fighting on the 88.
How about speed? Because the 88 right now, 88 of Gordon running 17th, Jimmy Johnson 20th. Really the bright spot right now in the Hendrick Motorsports camp is Casey Kane running 9th.
It's right along with Jeff Gordon here. You can really see the wheel input he has in the car. It looks pretty sanitary. Not a lot going on. You know, it's not like he's having to overcorrect the car. If anything, it looks probably, it just looks tight. You know, it's like it doesn't roll the center, and not able to carry the speed like he's wanting to right now.
Again, the reason Jeff Gordon is in the 88 car because of Dale Earnhardt Jr. suffering from concussion-like symptoms. They still have not made an announcement who will drive the car at Watkins Glen later this week. Will it be Jeff Gordon, or will Dale Earnhardt Jr. be back behind the wheel, or could it be another driver? Joey Logano out front by 0.6 of a second over Kevin Harvick. Marty?
Rick took the lead a little while ago. We're closing in on green flag stops here. Joey said when he took the lead, it was amazing the balance shift from behind other cars to being out front. He said my best corner went to become my last corner. So he chased Elliott going inside Carl Edwards right there for the 7th position. He said turn 1 lost overall grip. Turns 2 and 3 are good now. And it's interesting because he's adjusting the track bar twice a lap right now. Ryan Blaney on pit road right now, so he's adjusting that track bar 2 times, guys. Ryan Blaney's car, by the way, a little bit tight in traffic, and we're seeing these green flag stops start here early, Steve. So Logano out front doing that track bar adjustment twice a lap.
And this 21, the reason the 21 of Ryan Blaney, in my opinion, hit pit road early is that this is exactly why. The crew chief, Jeremy Bolins, wanted to get the 21 on pit road and off pit road with a chance to stay in front of the leaders. We keep talking about that being the strategy. Well, the 21, it wasn't time to put fuel in the car. He could run 4 or 5 more laps, but if he had run a couple more laps, he would be a lap down after their pit stop. So everyone on pit road paying attention to when they can pit and how they can stay in front of the leaders.
And again, that window's about 12 seconds, maybe 13 now that the lap times are a little slower.
Well, the 21 just pitted from a little over 10 seconds back. So it really comes down to how much confidence you have in your pit crew, how much confidence you have in your driver, because Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick right here, you see almost nose to tail, are running very consistent, fast laps.
We keep talking about strategy. Well, I think the strategy for the 4 cars is about to run everybody. I mean, he's coming. And everybody's that we talked about it all weekend long. In the garage, everything we've looked at, the 4-car Kevin Harvick's been the fastest. He now has caught Joey Logano for the lead. He's running down pretty hard. I mean, he got to him pretty quickly. Now, once he's gotten to him, let's see what he can do with him.
Yeah, make no mistake, in my career, there seems to be a pretty good equation between fast cars, good strategy. Those seem to always go together.
They do go together.
One helps the other, doesn't it?
It does.
And amazingly enough, Kevin Harvick has never won at this racetrack. Look at this, twice in second, but once again has not been to victory lane. Parker.
The 88 of Jeff Gordon just coming on the pit road here. They're expecting 4 tires and an adjustment, still fighting that tight off the corner, not allowing him to get back to the throttle the way he wants off of turn 1 and turn 3. You see that 4-tire adjustment, both adjustments in the right rear and the left rear. Big adjustments there on the 88.
Big adjustment, slow stop, over 15 seconds. And you look for Joey Logano in that yellow 22 as Jeff will go out on the track. Logano already passed him. Mike.
Last time down pit road, Carl Edwards was one of the few cars that took 4 tires. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what they do here. A wedge adjustment and 4 tires again. He's been a little bit loose in and tight in the middle of 1 and 2.
And a penalty for the 88 of Jeff Gordon. Too fast entering pit road.
We talked about it before the race started. All of these pit zones, these speed zones are so close together. Mike?
And this is the easiest pit stop the 48 has made all day long. No need to repair the nose. They had to do that earlier in the day, a 4-tire change and an air pressure adjustment.
It's Carl Edwards coming out on the track in front of Joey Logano. There's Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick running 1 and 2. Nose to tail, Harvick right on the back bumper of Joey Logano. Last onto pit road, lap 17, but green flag pit stops are taking place. Dave?
Chase Elliott, a good run this time, worked his way back to the 7th position after that crazy couple of laps there. 4-tire Goodyear change for him and 2 cans of Sunoco fuel. He said the changes were good last time. Save some more of that for later, Marty.
Dave Kyle Busch says, I just can't get within 5 car lengths of the car in front of me. Car gets extremely tight. In fact, he told Adam Stevens, I'm doing all I can do right here. And it's a little bit of a longer stop for the 18 on the front, a wedge adjustment to loosen that car up. Rick?
And again, Kyle Busch never won at Pocono, hasn't won in the Cup Series, so wants to make sure he can be competitive. And Kevin Harvick was able to take the lead away from Joey Logano. So Harvick now out in front at Pocono. Logano running second. Does that speed up the process of Logano coming to pit road now that he's been passed by Kevin?
Well, I think these leaders are just looking at their pit window. They're trying to run close enough to this 52, 53 lap mark where they can make it to the finish of this race with just 2 more pit stops.
Get your brake lever where you want it.
Mike.
Jamie McMurray coming to service of his team. They go to work on the right side. His car's just been a little bit snug. They'll try to free him up with an air pressure adjustment and a wedge adjustment. You can see the wedge wrench just went in. They complete their stop here with the Sunoco race fuel. Parker?
41 car, Kurt Busch should be coming down. He's in pit road right now. They're going to do 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel, a rounded adjustment in the left rear there, and also an air pressure adjustment to help him turn off the corner.
Here comes Kevin Harvick. Race leader giving up that top spot as he makes his way onto pit road, as well as Kyle Larson on pit road. Parker.
Kyle Larson there, who's been fighting a brake issue from the practice in the beginning of this race, but it's gone away. He's fallen back from a high of 2nd place, back to 4th as he comes in here. They're expecting 4 tires. He took 2 tires on the earlier stop and also a full Sunoco fuel. Marty?
Parker, pretty flawless run for Kevin Harvick. Restarted 15th, took the lead a moment ago as you saw. You see the good look at the top for Kevin Harvick. Obviously no changes to that 4 car, just 4 fresh Goodyear tires. The interesting thing, the man he battled for the lead, Joey Logano, the pit stall right in front of him. They're right beside each other, so Logano staying out 1 more lap. They'll pit this time, Rick.
So Harvick has cycled through, and now Logano will make his way onto pit road as you see the 22 on pit road now, trying to stay under the 60 miles an hour. Pit road speed is 55, but they give you a 5 mile an hour cushion. The 88s of Jeff Gordon speeding on pit road. Marty.
You're right on board with Joey Logano as he comes down pit road. Didn't have a whole lot to say about the car and its handling and at the end of that run, but again, he said the balance changed so much when he got out in front. The car is so much looser. 4 fresh Goodyear tires for Joey Logano and his team, and an air pressure adjustment, Dave.
Marty, they talked about the delta earlier. They told Denny Hamlin, you have to stay out a little longer until the guys ahead of you pit, or we will go a lap down. Hamlin is on pit road now. He's getting 4 tires. They're putting a Packer in the suspension to help the handling of that race car on this stop.
17 also got tagged for speeding as Denny Hamlin leaving pit road. The 3 of Austin Dillon now coming on to pit road. Mike.
And Rick, Austin Dillon pretty quiet over the course of that run. He did finally key the microphone late, saying he's been a little bit loose, especially in the tunnel turn. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment. 4 tires, Sunoco race fuel. Dillon pretty happy with his race car, Dave.
Ryan Newman is on pit road. He ran in the top 5 during this last segment. Very good run so far for him. He said the car is just a little bit snug into turn 3. He's going to get a slight air pressure adjustment for that, along with his 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel.
Continuing to cycle through the pit stops, the 95 of Michael McDowell caught for speeding, entering as well. So already 3 have been caught for speeding. Parker.
He's here on board there, Eric Almirola. He comes into pit lane. He's been fighting a really tight on exit condition right now. They can get 4 Goodyear tires, make a small adjustment in the left rear, and also full Sunoco fuel. Expect this 43 car to be not happy with how they're running right now.
Green flag pit stops continuing to cycle through. Brad Keselowski scored as the race leader. Kevin Harvick running second, just behind him.
Yeah, Rick, basically Brad Keselowski, remember, he was off sequence. He stayed out on that lap 15 competition caution with the 16 car of Greg Biffle. Greg Biffle currently running in the third position. Keselowski pitted at lap 39. Kevin Harvick didn't pit until lap 52. So about 13 laps earlier to pit road, got his fresh tires, gained some ground, and you look currently about a 3-second lead off Kevin Harvick. But Kevin Harvick with those fresher tires is currently running the 2-car down.
And Greg Biffle actually came out ahead Keselowski, but we heard a report that Greg Biffle said the air pressure was way too low taking off under green flag pit stops, which meant that probably the splitter was on the ground hitting the racetrack and he could not make lap time. So Keselowski ultimately got by him. As you see the 22 get by also.
So Logano takes third away from Biffle. That drops him back to fourth. Kyle Larson holding on to fifth. But out front, it's Brad Keselowski leading at Pocono. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Ford. We go further so you can. Proudly propane. Clean American energy. And by STP. Get ultimate performance with STP Ultra 5-in-1 fuel system cleaner. Still out front, Brad Keselowski. And the gap between Keselowski and Harvick virtually eliminated. It was 3 seconds. Now it's under 1 second between the 2 and the 4. 10 was also black flag with a white cross because of speeding on pit road. We saw that earlier from the 88 as the gap closes between race leader Keselowski and Harvick, but the black flag with a white cross means that you will no longer be scored. They got the black flag originally for speeding. They had to come to pit road. They didn't adhere to that, and then NASCAR will show them the black flag with the white cross saying if you don't come to pit road, you will no longer be scored.
She just served her penalty. She just came down pit road. You see the battle for the lead heating up.
And Kevin Harvick now all over the 2. Will he make light work of Brad Keselowski?
So a 2-car lose the bottom of the racetrack. That's because you're trying to push your car. You know the car behind you is faster than you. You're trying to run a lap time faster than what your cars can do. So you're in the throttle a little bit sooner. You lose the bottom, open the door for Kevin Harvick.
So Kevin Harvick now gets by Brad Keselowski and
16 pitting, 16.
Easily is the class of the field, as Greg Biffle, we know, will now be pitting here shortly. But Kevin Harvick gets by the 2 of Brad Keselowski. Does he go into a different mode? Does he go into maybe a fuel conservation mode just to stay in front of Brad?
Okay, so do you remember the interview that we did with him yesterday, or Saturday rather, when he talked, when our guys asked him, said, hey, the rumor is you're the fast car on the racetrack, and his answer was, yeah, I hope we pound him on Sunday. Remember that?
Right. Yes.
He wants to win this race so bad. His crew chief's penalized. I don't think he's thinking strategy. I think he's thinking about just winning by the largest margin possible.
Here comes Greg Biffle, Dave.
You may have heard, Rick, that the 16 would be pitting. He's on pit road now for the second time under green flag conditions. Remember, they stayed out for that first competition caution. This time, Greg wants a wedge adjustment for a little bit of a free race car, and I'll call this the alternate plan. Remember, we may not be racing to the full length of this race. You just never know what Brian Petty has up his sleeve.
I think the plan is to get fresh tires on the 16 of Greg Biffle. We saw before this pit stop he was losing ground on the racetrack. We keep talking about you need to come to pit road before you lose a lap. Well, look, Brian Petty knows this game. He's played this game. The 16 of Greg Biffle is going to leave pit road in front of our leader, Kevin Harvick. That is a veteran move on top of the pit box. Come in, get some tires while you can still stay on the lead lap. Now he has to hope that those new tires are enough to stay in front of Kevin Harvick, because this 4-car is flying.
But Steve, this is a reaction to the situation that they're in. They are not in the chase. They are not going to make the playoffs if they don't win a race. So they have got to be willing to finish 30th. They've got to be willing to just say, you know what, we're here for one thing and only, that's to win this race. This racetrack presents an opportunity that some other racetracks don't. Let's take advantage of that opportunity. If it doesn't work, so what? You're going for an opportunity to put yourself in position to contend for a championship, and that's what this is all about.
On the converse side, you got Kevin Harvick. You guys were talking about how much you wanted to win this race. Rodney Childers said earlier this week, about a month ago, we went into chase mode. We brought speed to Kentucky, New Hampshire, and Indianapolis, and they never had the results they wanted from that because they brought so much speed, they didn't get the finishes they felt like they deserved. Today, they want to show they're bringing speed for the rest of the year. This team, no doubt, in chase mode, and they want to prove it this afternoon. And Jeff, what's the biggest key when you get to the chase? That you have speed. The 4-car showing that today.
Marty, with speed, you can fix everything. You have bad pit stop, speed overcomes it. You cannot make a lot of mistakes, but if you're going to make mistakes, you're going to have issues. If you have speed, you can make it work.
Well, another car with speed is this 24 car, currently running inside the top 10. A few laps ago, we see right here, exiting the turn 2, exiting the tunnel. You see the car get high up, just to the right side of the groove, has to get out of the gas, close to the wall. His teammate in Casey Kane gets by him. The 3 of Austin Dillon right there as well to get by him. Good move by the young rookie, though. You know how narrow the exit of that corner could get. Even though he only lost a couple spots, that easily could have been right side damage.
We've been mentioning strategy and crew chiefs calling for that strategy. The one thing we have to point out is Kevin Harvick does not have his championship crew chief, Rodney Childers, with him at the track today because of last week, a lug nut violation. Rodney Childers was suspended for this race, so Rodney Childers not calling the shots for the 4 of Kevin Harvick. It is Dax Geringer. And so Dax Geringer calling the shots for the 4, but right now speed, as you mentioned, is working out great for Kevin Harvick.
Maybe it's that signature move. The 41 won without his crew chief the first race.
Under caution, welcome back to NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing from Pocono. This telecast being presented by Mobil 1. We ride along not the route that Eric Almirola wanted to be taking as we've completed 66 laps. Take a look at what happens between Jeb Burton on the outside and Eric Almirola as they exit turn 3.
Yeah, the 43's passing the 32, and it looks to me like the 43 just expects the 32 to give him the lane. The 32 doesn't. He stays in the gas on the corner exit. The 43 makes contact and heavy damage to both cars. Mike?
Keselowski on pit road now, guys. The car's been a little bit loose. Keselowski, though, saying I've done as much as I can do with the track bar. They're going to make a wedge adjustment, both left and right sides. 4 tires and fuel, Marty.
The code word for Kevin Harvick and his race team, Misha, on this call. Harvick said nothing on that run. Car very good, so it's likely going to be a 2-tire change and Sunoco fuel for Kevin Harvick. For Joey Logano, also a 2-tire change. He said he got a little bit loose off turn 4. The later that run went, he did go down on the track bar. And for Kyle Busch and his race team, they're going to take 4 tires here. Adam Stevens told him it's going to be a 4-tire change because we're going to set ourselves up for later in the race. Keep that in mind, guys.
Race off pit road brought to you by Geico. A great race off pit road, but it came from that caution between the 43 and 32. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, and by Mobil 1. Energy lives here. Track cleanup continues from caution number 3, so we will take another quick break before green flag racing continues from Pocono. Kyle Larson and Austin Dillon out in front of the field at Pocono. 2 young drivers, both looking for their first win. NASCAR Drive is NASCAR.com's live race day companion. Select your in-car video or camera angle, access integrated driver stats, lap-by-lap commentary, and social conversations all in real time. You won't miss a lap when you visit NASCAR.com/drive on your personal computer now. Welcome back to the Pennsylvania 400. I want to take a look at today's lap leaders, brought to you by Proudly Propane. Out front, the most up to this point, Joey Logano. 19 laps. Martin Truex Jr. right front tire went down. A lot of damage to the right side of that car. Has led 16 laps. Greg Biffle out front for 14 using strategy. Brad Keselowski on that same strategy out front for 8 laps. Kevin Harvick's been the fastest car on the track, and he has only led 7 laps up to this point. Taking a little extra time to clean off the track. We'll be back with hopefully green flag racing after this. Coming back to the green, 2x2, the cars line up, and in the front row, it's Austin Dillon and Kyle Larson, 2 drivers without a win. And as you look at the chase standings, 2 drivers above the cut line without a win, Austin Dillon and the 42 of Kyle Larson. Kyle Larson is being shown up in 12th because right now he is the race leader. If he gets a win, he'll be in the chase.
And Rick, only 9 laps to halfway, 8 laps when we take the green flag. We've talked about showers in the area. I think that's going to turn up the intensity even more for these 2 young racers.
Showers and potentially fog moving in. Into turn 1, it's almost to the point where you can barely see the guys in turn 1 when they get down there, and that could become a factor. As they enter the restart zone, green flag back in the air. Fanning out, 4, 5, 6 wide as they go into turn number 1. Kyle Larson with the advantage, Austin Dillon running second. Kenseth, Hamlin, Logano, all up in the top 5.
And you see, Rick, we're at lap 73. Remember, 80 is halfway. These drivers to the front of the field, they're expecting this race to be short, and they're racing like this could be for the win.
With precipitation in the area, the possibility exists they could go to the halfway mark or when the rain starts.
So the 11 and the 20, both side by side in the tunnel turn, it slowed both of them up. Joey Logano trying to move his way all the way up to third. Kenseth fighting back on the outside. It's tough to do up there. If he can get a good run off the outside, that'll help his momentum down the front straightaway. See Joey Logano getting as far away from him as they can, trying not to let Kenseth drag him back to him.
While those two are side by side, a great race out front. Kyle Larson, Austin Dillon, two drivers yet to win. The young guns of NASCAR. The next generation out front trying to get that first win and potentially racing until precipitation stops this race.
And the intensity level is high for these guys. Either one of these guys won a race, but you have a chance to win your first Cup race. You don't, right now, you don't know when the last lap is, so you have to push hard. This not only means winning a first race, but it can mean moving into the chase for the championship with a chance to go battle with the people you've watched race for so many years.
Parker.
Today marks 96 starts for Kyle Larson, who's currently in the lead. Sitting on the chase bubble, I talked to his crew chief, Chad Johnson. I said, what do you have to do to make sure you get in the chase? He said, we need to aim to be top 5. We won't take the risk to go and win. But he won an Xfinity race here earlier in June by doing this exact strategy. See if it pans out for them today. Mike?
Parker, back in June, the 3 team had a meeting that could have been the turning point for their season. A closed-door meeting where they were brutally honest with each other, criticizing and praising drivers and crew chiefs, getting it all out in the open. Austin Dillon said he walked away from that meeting feeling like their mindset had changed. They felt like they needed to feel like they were winners. RCR has not been to victory lane since 2013. Dillon trying to change that today. He's a couple car lengths beyond. Larson looking for the lead.
I think we watch these two battle. I'm not so sure that Austin Dillon's not just a little faster than Larson. He's able to stay right on him. It's very difficult when you're behind another car. We talk so much about it, how aerodynamically you're so disadvantaged behind another car. So he just has to keep the pressure on Larson and hope he makes a mistake.
And that's the balance, Jeff. The balance is putting the pressure on the 42. Austin Dillon needs to try to do that. But if he gets an opportunity, if he gets a little bit of a run, do you take it? Because if you try the pass and it doesn't work, you're going to lose a tremendous amount of time.
Got rain here on the front now.
We're hearing a little bit of precipitation. The other thing that's coming into play, fog potentially. The distance from where the spotters are to turn 1 is over 2,500 feet. From the spotter stand to turn 2 is 3,200 feet. And over a half a mile, and when that fog rolls in, the spotters can't see the cars, and neither can NASCAR. So for safety factors, sometimes they will say, wait a minute, we can't see the cars on the backstretch, or we can't see them in turn 2. They'll have to put the caution out.
When you're a driver in this situation and you hear your spotter say, hey, rain on the front straightaway now, to you that means white flag lap. That means this may be potentially the last lap, and you have to drive accordingly. So look for Austin to try to do something here, try to stay out a little late, turn a little later to try to make a move on the inside of the 42.
How about winless streaks? Front Row Motorsports, 118 races. Chip Ganassi, 96. Kyle Larson drives for Chip Ganassi Racing. Richard Childress Racing and Austin Dillon, 93 winless races.
But just remember, Rick, the reason we make this such a big deal is because lap 80 is halfway. That makes this an official race if it is stopped because of weather.
If the precipitation comes, could Kyle Larson get his first ever win in the Sprint Cup Series? Or Austin Dillon? Both are running well enough right now that potentially if it goes the distance, they could still pull it off.
Good run.
A great move by Austin Dillon.
Austin had a great run off the corner. Larson put the block on him.
These two fighting for position every single lap, every turn of every lap.
See Austin, what he's trying to do, he's trying to slow his entrance speed down a little bit. You see the 42 of Larson drives it a little in the corner a little bit deeper. Austin lefts off a little earlier to try to get a run on corner exit. Watching the tunnel turn, the 42 is going to drive away from Austin just a little bit right there. Now the 3 is trying to use the momentum on corner exit.
The other magical thing about this battle going on right now is Austin Dillon driving that 3. His grandfather, Richard Childress Racing.
Oh, that was a move right there. Austin Dillon got his front bumper right underneath Larson, got him loose.
Now the battle for the lead. Austin Dillon to the inside. He's got the momentum. Has the lead at the stripe. Kyle Larson battling back though on the outside. Does he have the position as they enter turn 1?
Outside barely.
Kyle Larson hangs on to it. What a great job by the 42 all the way down the front stretch to chase the 3 to the bottom of the racetrack, side draft him, not let the 3 get away from him. That's the whole reason he still had momentum to clear the 3 into turn 1.
Again, Austin's got to maintain his composure. What he's doing is working. Lift a little early, get the run on corner exit. That's been the key to him getting to the Larson. He's got to continue it.
Listen to Larson's radio.
What's it looking like weather-wise? It looks terrible. I can't even see into one.
Can't even see into one. So they're saying that there's precipitation on the windshields of these cars.
Remember, he's the leader. You're right. I mean, he's saying
He's
what
going to say everything he needs to say.
As these two guys are battling, they have to look in their mirror. Here comes Joey Logano. If Austin Dillon's going to make this pass, he needs to do it now. He's got to try to find a way to get around him. If he doesn't, he's going to be battling Logano for second, and that will put him on defense rather than full offense.
A half a second a lap, Rick. That's what Joey Logano has caught these two leaders in the last 2 laps as the 42 and the 3 race.
And Steve, to add to that sense of urgency, he has 2 fresh tires as well. And Tab Boyd, his spotter, keeps telling Joey Logano, we might be in a race to halfway. Rain is coming. You see those 2 guys in front. That's the lead. Go get it. We know those 2 young guys want to win, but the veteran Joey Logano, hard to call Joey Logano a veteran in it, but he is. Veteran Joey Logano wants this win as well.
He's won here once before, back in 2012. Already a win on the season, won at Michigan.
We've crossed halfway, Rick, so now anytime if the race is stopped because of weather, it would be official.
The 2 continue to fight for that top spot. Kyle Larson and Austin Dillon. Larson in the 42, Austin Dillon in the 3. It has been 564 races since the number 3 has won in the Sprint Cup Series. The last, Dale Earnhardt at Talladega back in 2000.
That was a great example, though, Jeff. You see the 3 back up the corner entry. He's going to get a big rig on an exit.
Here he goes. You hear him say, block him. Austin Dillon trying to hold it down. They make contact.
Still inside here.
And around goes Joey Logano as the 2 are fighting for position. Logano takes the lead away. Joey Logano takes the lead. The 42 of Kyle Larson. Looks like I saw the hand come out the window there as the 3 was able to get by.
The 3 got under the 42 and just couldn't hold the bottom, and then moved up and got into the side of the 42. Again, we talked about it early in the race. When the car's on the outside of you, it pulls the downforce off your car. It makes it very difficult to drive.
Yeah, the 42 came down to block the 3, but it looked like on corner entry he gave the 3 a lane. You'll see right here, exiting the tunnel, the 3 gets a great run. The 42 of Joey Logano, very defensive, moves to the bottom of the racetrack, doesn't give the 32 a place to go. But here at corner entry, he leaves the 3 a lane, but the 3 overdrives the entry. Looks like he gets loose, up the racetrack and into the door of the 42.
Yeah, right here, you saw the 3 have to chase the car up the racetrack, and then that lost the momentum for both race cars. So we saw the 3 make that move earlier. Kyle Larson had to keep trying to make that outside work because it worked for him earlier. It kept the 3 behind him getting into turn 1. So you can't blame either one of them for racing hard. I mean, that's what we're doing. We're racing for a potential win, and both of them are giving 100%.
You could almost see Joe Logano smile inside his helmet when those 2 moved up the racetrack. But now here comes the 4 of Kevin Harvick. We've heard all day about how good his car was. He decided to pit at lap 67. Much like Joey Logano, our leader, Kevin Harvick had to work through a little bit more traffic as he got by Denny Hamlin. Now he looks for Kyle Larson. He needs to get clear of these cars to try to run down Joey Logano.
Logano now the race leader at Pocono with precipitation possibly in the area. He's on cruise control out front. Welcome back to NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing from Pocono. Today's telecast presented by Mobile One. The caution has come out for the fourth time, this time for precipitation. Being told that one of the officials in turn number one said that the precipitation has picked up to the point where they want to make sure it is safe.
And Rick, this is going to become a very difficult decision for our second place car of Austin Dillon. He has 31 laps in this tank of fuel. He really needs to come to pit road, but is this rain going to settle in? Is this fog going to settle in? If it does, this race is official. This is a car that's racing to make the chase. Currently 12th, plus 66 in the position he runs, but if he pits, he could give up 20 points in this one decision.
And Kyle Larson's in that exact same situation. Another car battling to get in the chase. They both have essentially the same number of fuel. So he's in the 3 car, he's pitting.
And Kyle Larson's also going to do the same. A late decision brings the 42 onto pit road. Mike.
And Slugger Labbe telling Austin Dillon he knows other teams are going to stay out and play the weather game. They're not going to do that. They're going to come down pit road. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment, a 4-tire change. But Slugger telling Dillon, make sure you save fuel aggressively during this run, Parker.
Jack Johnson told Kyle Larson we were 5 laps to our window. We couldn't make it any further. We can't risk staying out here, 4 tires and full of Sunoco fuel. Marty?
Parker, Kyle Busch said the car just so tight on that run, he could barely get it to turn. It's going to be right side Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel for Kyle Busch, and air pressure and a wedge adjustment, trying to loosen up that 18 car. It's been tight all afternoon, Rick.
Thank you, Marty. No steady showers anywhere, but a mist in turn number 1 has brought out the 4th caution. Next weekend, NASCAR Sprint Cup Series hits the road in Watkins Glen. That coverage beginning at 1:30 on Saturday and 2 o'clock on Sunday. Joey Logano swept the races at the Glen a year ago, and Joey Logano out in front of the field today at Pocono as we're under a caution for precipitation. Matt DiBenedetto with the USA logo on the rear quarter panel. USA will be very prevalent in our broadcasts when the Olympics kick off next Friday with opening ceremonies. Take a look at lead changes presented by Sprint. 13 already. Sprint's network reliability is now within 1% of Verizon. Visit a Sprint store or sprint.com/network today. There's the precipitation you see on one of the cameras. This one's Joey Logano's as they continue to follow the pace car around this 2.5-mile track, Marty.
Todd Gordon is Joey Logano's crew chief. You have a radar right in front of you. I'm sure as a leader, your radar looks like an awful lot of rain, right?
Yeah. The biggest thing you have around here is it doesn't even show on the radar when we show a little bit of this kind of drizzle we've got. So got a pretty good race car. Got Joey in a good spot. If it rains out, I'm excited. But if not, we'll race a 4-car. He's been pretty good all day. Feel like we can race up there with him.
Big debate right now on this restart day. Do they take the inside or the outside? Logano likely going to go for the outside.
Mike Wheeler makes the calls for the third-place car of Denny Logano. You left him out, but he doesn't have a ton of fuel left there, Wheels. When do you have to bring him in under these caution laps, if at all?
We'll bring him in when they about to go green or it runs out of gas. We won't give up track position now. It's hard to give up top 5 when it might rain out. Got a shot at a win, so trying to get all we can get, but I don't know what's going to do here.
Tough calls here today, Mike.
And Jason Ratcliffe making another one of those tough calls for Matt Kenseth as well, leaving him on the racetrack here, taking into consideration everything, the weather, where we are in this race. What was the strategy call here?
Well, we've been making our car better, but we've just been having a hard time getting, making up spots. So we're looking at the radar. It's been a tough read this weekend. We've seen rain here and not seen it on the radar. Then other times we've seen it on the radar and it's not raining. So we're seeing a little bit just outside of the racetrack. If it does rain, I think it'll be a while, and we're past halfway. So it's the best track position we've had. We can run at least 15 caution laps here. So we kind of played that strategy. We'll see what it gets us.
We will see, Rick. He rolls off 4th here on this upcoming restart.
So Joey Logano is out in front. This is what he had to say on the radio just moments ago.
Not sure we'll get the restart. It's just like a steady, crappy little rain, Yeah, 10-4. Just watch them build around here. I'm not sure whether they'll miss us or not, but there's one building out a little bit to our west right now.
So they are keeping their eye on the radar, and obviously the one thing that NASCAR will look at and will listen to is pace car driver Brett Bodine out in front of this field. He will let them know, hey, I've got either moisture on my windshield, I'm seeing moisture on the racetrack. He's their eyes that isn't saying I'm leading the race and it's raining very hard. They've got to be neutral and keep their eye on what's going on with the track surface.
Yeah, that's right. You'll hear drivers. NASCAR will tend to listen to drivers further back in the field. They don't have as much to lose or gain. And then Brett Bodine does a really good job of providing that information to the tower about the condition of the racetrack. And and the other thing we got to remember, we keep talking about getting to halfway and the race being official. But that doesn't mean, even if they go red flag, that they're done.
Right.
Because the only issue we've had really is the whole racetrack, not on the whole racetrack. So NASCAR can come in and try to drive the racetrack and get going again. So, just because even if it does go red flag, that doesn't necessarily mean the day is over.
Yeah, NASCAR will want to get all 160 laps in, 71 still to go. Denny Hamlin currently running in 3rd. Let's see if we can dial him up and talk to the driver of the 11.
Hey, Denny, it's Jeff in the NBCSN booth. You got us?
10-4.
Been an eventful day. You got yourself up in the 3rd. How you feel about your chances?
I'd like to get back on the same tires as these guys. When we fired off there under green, I felt like our car was as faster than anybody. We've had to pull this strategy because we got bottled up behind the 27 on that one restart. So I'd like to get a fair shot here with fair tires. We'll see what we got.
How do you feel the racetrack is right now with this mist?
We've already been here. It seems like every time it stops, you go another corner and it picks back up again. So I don't know. I think the track is okay, but any one corner can be soaked at any time for sure.
All right, bud. Thank you. Good luck for the rest of the day.
10-4.
Again, this place is so big, there's sun shining right now on the straightaway between turns 2 and 3, but still the possibility of mist and precipitation in turn 1. It's been an interesting day already. We're 90 laps into this race. The battle between the two young guns Kyle Larson and Austin Dillon escalated at this point.
Yeah, great race between these two guys. See Larson right here. The 3 had a great run. Larson pulled down, sucked the 3 back off of him by putting drag on him and got back by him.
And then we see a good run by Austin Dillon exiting the tunnel. The 42 goes down the block, but the 3 finally does fight for that inside lane, but has a little trouble on corner entry, moves up the racetrack into the door. The 42 opening the door for the 22 of Joey Logano, who takes the lead.
Logano able to watch as the 2 battled for the lead, and as the contact was made, took advantage of it.
And in that view, you could really see the 3 car, how the back was around on it. You know, he was loose skidding in the corner. That's why he had to turn the car right and get into the side of the 42. So that was a great example of how, you know, when you watch it, you're like, he's running over him, he's hitting him. Well, if he didn't turn right, he was going to wreck. So he had to turn right to catch the back of the car, and that was a great shot.
Tony Stewart running 8th. Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick 1 and 2. Denny Hamlin, Matt Kenseth 3 and 4. Greg Biffle, Casey Kane start in row 3, and in row 4 it's Ryan Blaney and Tony Stewart. They're 2x2 again. The lights are off the pace car, about ready to come back to the green flag in the restart zone. So the precipitation not enough to hinder the rest of this race, and we'll go back to green flag racing. Logano chose the outside line. Harvick, who's been the strongest all day, is on the inside. We'll see how they do on the restart. Fist pumps all around from the grandstands as their favorites go by. Great restart for Joey Logano. Here comes Matt Kenseth looking at the outside of that 4. Kenseth with a great run through turn number 1. Takes second away from Kevin Harvick.
Matt Kenseth hasn't been on pit road in quite a few laps, so he's going to have to push really hard here. I expect him to hit pit road in maybe a lap or 2.
Same situation as Denny Hamlin, who we heard wants to be on the same tire strategy as the guys he's racing against, but Matt Kenseth has made it work as he's taken second away. Comes the 14 of Tony Stewart on the outside of Ryan Blaney.
Stewart doing a good job of making that outside work. We saw the same thing earlier. Guys being able to really roll the outside and carry momentum down the front straightaway.
Changing weather conditions, the sun getting a little bit brighter now on the front straight. And way out goes the 42. Kyle Larson trying to get by Carl Edwards.
Carl tried to block him, tried to slow that momentum down, but was not able to do it.
The most banking out of turn number 1, 14 degrees. When they go to turn 2, only 8 degrees of banking, and then it gets even less. When they get to turn 3, only 6 degrees of banking in that turn.
Rick, it seems like even with 67 laps to go, the urgency has just been turned up. As we see, the 44 of Brian Scott seem to have trouble.
Big wiggles out of the 44 of Scott.
Well, that was big. That's amazing. No one hit each other. No one hit the wall.
It seems like the sense of urgency begins to pick up now. A little bit of smoke coming out of Chris Buescher's number 34. Two by two entering turn 1. Danica Patrick in the 10 was on the outside of Trevor Bayne. Bayne has the spot. Take another look at what happened with Brian Scott.
It all starts at 3 wide right there, but when Scott comes in the picture, he's already sideways, and great job. He almost got behind the steering, but look at these guys all going to the bottom to dodge him.
There was a little bit of contact there. That's why we saw some smoke out of the 34 of Buescher.
Buescher, he was in the back of the 17, I think, and that just got him. He was on the brakes real hard and in the back of the 17, and that got him loose getting in the corner, in the middle of the corner.
A year ago, the 22 out front ended up losing the race to the 20 on a fuel mileage race. Now Steve, as like I said, the sun beginning to come out a little bit more. Maybe they aren't looking so much at halfway as they are at what's the next strategy to get me to the finish of this race.
Yeah, I was a little surprised not to see the 20 of Matt Kenseth or the 11 of Denny Hamlin to pit before the race went green. I would have thought at 1 to go they would have come and topped off. Both of those cars have to be very low on fuel looking to get to pit road. But this is a window. If they pit now, they can do it on one more stop from here. As you see the 20 of Matt Kenseth take that hard left-hand turn coming to pit road.
And saw a little precipitation on the camera as well as both the 20 and the 11 come to pit road. Mike.
And Rick, they had gambled on the weather, hoping that it would rain and perhaps guarantee them a top 5. That would not happen. Instead, Jason Ratcliffe pits the 20, Kenseth on pit road for 4 tires and fuel. Dave?
To Steve's point, the 11 car of Denny Hamlin was 1 turn away from making that when the pace car comes to pit road call under green flag stop. Now he's a little bit close to the wall here, but the crew going for the 4 tires on the strategy plan now, and just a little bit close on fuel for the 11.
You talk about close, Rick. Do you see how close that front splitter of the 11 was to the white line? Almost pitting out of the pit box, but getting in, but just by a few inches.
And so the 2 Joe Gibbs Racing cars come back out onto the track. They'll be in front of Logano, who's coming out of turn 3 now. Getting back up to speed, but take a look at this replay, Steve.
Yeah, look at the 11. We talked about how it brakes. Look how close it is to that white line. A thumbs up by a crew member that gives Denny Hamlin the idea that he's in his pit box, but we're talking just a couple inches. The white line is the line. The black line doesn't count. It's the white painted line that matters.
And what was really neat about that shot is you see the right front tire changer. He looked, before he started changing tire, he looked, saw he was good, and then he started changing the right front tire. Mike?
Jamie McMurray complaining he has no grip at all. 4 tires and fuel and air pressure adjustment as well, and he's away.
And the 34 of Chris Buescher, too fast exiting. So he will have to come in and serve a speeding penalty. As McMurray making his way back out onto the track. Logano race leader. Kevin Harvick running second. He's 0.7 of a second behind Logano. Casey Kane, Greg Biffle, Ryan Blaney, the top 5. Greg Biffle trying a different strategy. Came to pit road on lap 61. Race leader Logano and Harvick were on pit road at lap 67. Biffle's strategy has put him in position for a top 5 today. He needs a win. Now Kyle Larson working to the inside of the 48 of Jimmy Johnson.
So you see at the top of your screen the last pit lap. Well, why this is important, we see Kyle Larson go by Jimmy Johnson. Well, Jimmy Johnson, he pitted at lap 67. What does that mean? That means he has to pit twice to make it to lap 160, where Kyle Larson, he pitted at lap 86. He only has to pit 1 more time. Just like Kyle Busch, just like Brad Keselowski. When you talk about split strategies, we have about 10 or 11 cars on lap 67, and then the rest of the field is 86 or after. So when I go back into the field and look at what cars are in the best opportunity to win this race, right now I have Kyle Larson, Brad Keselowski, and Kyle Busch at the top of my list. I like their strategy. Only 1 more pit stop from here to the finish.
And again, Kyle Busch currently running 12th behind Keselowski. Kyle Busch has never won in Pocono, another one of those racetracks, and he's only got 2 here in Charlotte, where he has not won in the Cup Series. Joey Logano in front of the field at Pocono, but again, strategy coming into play. We go NASCAR nonstop.
Back with you at Pocono Raceway. The green light is on in the entrance to pit road. Many cars pitting, including Greg Biffle on the left there for 4 tires in Sunoco fuel, Parker.
AC Kane came in, no adjustments, 4 tires in Sunoco fuel. Marty?
For guys like Kevin Harvick and for Joey Logano as well, they've noticed the sun has come out. Their race cars got a lot tighter on that run. You see Casey Mears wins the race off pit road with 2 tires, but 4 for Logano and 4 for Harvick as well. Both of those cars with adjustments, Rick.
You see the race off pit road presented by Geico. Mears making up 9 spots, just a 2-tire change. Logano, Harvick, Biffle. Get a reminder, next weekend, NASCAR hits the road in Watkins Glen. On Saturday, it'll be the Xfinity Series at 1:30. And Sunday at 2 o'clock, it's the Cup Series, the Xfinity Series on CNBC, the Cup Series on USA Network. Make sure to find us to join us for road course racing from Watkins Glen next weekend. Take a look at the Toyota driver update. Kyle Busch running 3rd. Carl Edwards, Matt Kenseth, Denny Hamlin, all within the top 15. Parker.
Here of Chad Johnson, the crew chief for Kyle Larson. And Chad, if you mind if we take you here for a second. You stayed out earlier and got the lead, but had to pit obviously when the rain came. Are you betting on rain, or do you just have to do one more stop?
No, we're good to go on one more stop from here. So I think we're in pretty good position on tires and fuel compared to the field. So hopefully this thing will go green for about 25, 30 more laps and let it cycle through, and should have fresher tires and better track position at the end.
It's Kyle Larson's crew chief Chad Johnson hoping for better tires and track position at the end. Mike?
Parker, before the race, Brad Keselowski told me one of the things on his mind was restarts. Paul Wolfe, his crew chief, has seen all his restarts this year. What are you expecting here?
Well, hopefully we can get a good one. Obviously, the Alliance Truck Parts Ford has been good since we worked on it here the last couple stops. I feel like we have good speed in our car, and it was kind of, we saw some guys stay out there with a little bit of rain, but we were kind of in our window there, and with the position we were running, and thought it was worth the gamble to pit. Obviously, it's paid off because the rain's kind of moved out, and we got one more stop to the end with good track position.
And the 2 car has a lot of speed too, Rick.
Absolutely, and that clean air out front, if he can get in front of Kyle Larson, would be very critical.
Well, Rick, we talked at the beginning of the show how important pit strategy is here at Pocono. There's a bunch of different ways you can go about it. But basically, we have a split field. If you look at the front of the field, we have Kyle Larson, Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch, Carl Edwards, Ryan Newman, Chase Elliott all did a great job. They pitted at lap 86. We heard Chad Johnson say they were good for one more pit stop. But what that allowed them to do is stay on the racetrack. So we have to go all the way back in the field to find Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick back in 16th and 17th. They are probably our two fastest cars here today, but they're going to restart way back in the field with fresh tires. They still have 58 laps to go, but remember, they also only have to make one more pit stop. So basically, we have a new race, a 58-lap race. Everyone expects to only pit one more time from here to the finish.
And remember, just ahead of them, we saw Kenseth and Hamlin pit under green. So because the racetrack is so big, that put them in front of those guys that pitted under caution. So Kenseth and Hamlin are ahead of that third group.
Race leader has consistently chosen the outside line as far as the starting point for the restarts. Kyle Larson does it once again. He chooses the outside, Brad Keselowski on the inside. And it's Kyle Busch, Carl Edwards making up row 2. Back in the restart zone, and we're back to racing. Side by side, a drag race going into turn 1. Both looking to block. As Kyle Busch with a great restart takes second away.
You see Joey Logano all the way at the top, 3 wide, trying to make those tires work right away, trying to gain spots at the restart.
Kyle Busch, one of the best at restarts, and he showed it right there.
Yeah, no question. Very aggressive move, made it work. This will not work getting into the tunnel turn. You cannot go through there 3 wide.
They figure it out. 2 by 2, they make their way through turn 2.
Jeff Gordon on the bottom taking advantage of the 24. Chase Elliott got way up the racetrack in the tunnel turn.
Gordon up to 10th. Larson still out front. Keep your eye on Logano. 4 fresh tires for Joey Logano. He's up to 11th.
We talked about it earlier. We could talk all the strategies we want, but what overcomes them? Fast cars. And you see 2 of them at the bottom of the racetrack. The 22 of Joe Logano and the 4 of Kevin Harvick trying to make their way back towards the front.
These restarts so critical to grab positions when they're close. Now Logano trying to get by Ryan Newman, and as you had mentioned earlier, Newman, one of the hardest guys to pass on the racetrack.
You guys, this is going to be fun to watch with all this battling going on. Logano trying to get up there and get some spots. So is Kevin Harvick. And remember earlier in the race, Kevin Harvick restarted 15th, ran his way all the way
sideways and into the wall goes Joey Logano. The 24 of Chase Elliott up into him. The caution comes out. Chase Elliott on the bubble as far as getting into the chase. An aggressive move, gets into the side of the 22, and up to the wall they go. So we mentioned one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, but being on the outside of Chase Elliott. When Elliott got loose, he took the 22 right up to the wall. Let's take a look.
There's a lot of damage on the 22 right there. Let's take a look. They're 3 wide here. Newman, Logano, and Denny Hamlin entering, trying to go towards the tunnel. We see the 24 also trying to fill that gap, entering the tunnel turn, Jeff.
Yeah, they enter side by side. The 22 on the outside of 24. See the 24 gets loose right here, has to chase it up the racetrack. We saw this early in the race. We've seen the 24 of Chase Elliott have trouble in the tunnel turn. This is the second time. This one obviously is much bigger impact. You just see they enter the corner. They're so low on corner entry. Hamlin's clear though. Hamlin can enter that low. There's no one on the outside of him. The 24 entering that low with that slight angle, and then the 31 right behind him. All of that works against him as having air on the side of his car.
It's a perfect storm for the 24, Rick. You have the 11 in front taking air off the 24, the 22 on his outside pulling the air off his right side door, and the 31 behind his rear spoiler. The downforce on that 24 had to be minimal. Chase Elliott, no chance to save the car underneath the 22.
Yeah, that a little bit of that is you kind of have to know it. You see they're up the racetrack right here already, and big impact. A lot of damage. But you know, listen, as a race car driver, watch this movie. Great view right here. Right there when the 31 pulls behind the 24, that makes the problem worse. That intensifies the air coming off the back of the spoiler.
Get down. Caution to get him.
And Rick, we've talked about this 22, he has wins. He's in the chase. But the 24, that's a hard hit for Joe Logano there. The 24 We saw accidents, giving up a lot of points in the last 5 or 6 weeks. Had an okay run last week, but once again in an accident here at Pocono.
And listen, there's times in the race, and especially in the year, where you have to understand maybe one position isn't worth it. Maybe get into the corner a little bit easier, get your car completely under control. Chase Elliott's a rookie, and he's done a great job. In this situation, he probably needed to check his speed up just a little bit and not worry so much about trying to gain that position because of the overall situation they're in. They're trying to make this chase. Again, he's done a great job as a rookie, but right here, just a little too aggressive.
And Jeff, Todd Gordon sent the car chief, Raymond Fox, over to check out the damage on the right front. They want to go to the garage area. They asked if they could drive around, but they're not sure if the 22 car can make it all the way around, so they're going to try and get it operable so he can get back to the garage area, but this obviously will be a lot of repairs for the 22 of Joey Logano. But as you guys pointed out, they do have a win in the bank. That's their advantage, Dave.
Obviously not for Chase Elliott. In the garage now, the crew has gone to work, especially on the right front of that race car. Crew Chief Alan Gustafson telling the crew getting the splitter up is key. And Steve, you know, once you have to re-engineer these cars, you start changing that suspension in a lot of different ways to make the car go fast as it can and safe.
Yeah, Dave, but you're absolutely right. Repairing these race cars is difficult. You have to make it safe. You have to get to minimum speed. But the penalty is there. The 24 with 62 points ahead of that cut line when we look at the chase standings. Now, currently only 44 points ahead of that cut line. It was, 6 weeks ago, Jeff, we had the 24 in. We had him in the chase plus 103 points.
Well, that's a great point to bring up because I was just looking at his last 5 finishes. At Sonoma, he goes 21st. The very next race, Daytona, 32nd. The very next race, Kentucky, 31st. The very next race, he goes New Hampshire and finishes 34th. So consistently bad finishes for a guy who started the season off great.
And again, you have to, these are long seasons. A Cup Series year is very long, and you have to keep in mind what's going on within your year, and sometimes you have to adjust your strategy on a given lap, on a given corner.
This brings out our most recent caution, the 6th of the day. Logano on the wall, Elliott on his inside. Welcome back to NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing from Pocono. Today's telecast presented by Mobile One. And following race coverage, stay tuned for the NASCAR America Post Race Show presented by Advance Auto Parts. Who will we be interviewing in Victory Lane today? Wasn't the first incident we saw with the 24 car today.
Yeah, earlier they go in the tunnel side by side. The 21 on the bottom this time. They get in there, the 21 gets up the racetrack, gets into the side of the 24, just barely been even touching, but that's how sensitive that tunnel is. And that's, you know, side by side in the tunnel is very, very difficult.
They're coming out of the tunnel turn now, and you can see the fog continuing to roll through this area. At one point in time, it was very difficult to see even in the tunnel turn. And the 24 of Chase Elliott coming back out onto the track.
Well, the 24 needs to try to get back on the racetrack because when you look at the run now, you have Trevor Bayne in the 6th position, a good run for Trevor Bayne. A.J. Allmendinger back in the 11th position on fresher tires than some of the cars in front of him. So a couple other cars fighting for that chase bubble spot.
And a great opportunity for Kyle Busch. One of the best at restarts, coming to the restart zone once again. Kyle Larson on his outside. And a great restart for Kyle Busch. He shoots out of the restart zone, trying to clear the 42 as they go down the front stretch. Larson back out front as they get to 1.
88 of Jeff Gordon on the bottom of the racetrack had some sort of problem. You see the 11 car way up the racetrack.
You see right here that white Mobile 1-4 of Kevin Harvick pushing that 6 of Trevor Bayne. He needs to get clear of that 47 into the tunnel.
47 of A.J. Allmendinger trying to hold his position.
Rewind will not work here.
They fight through the tunnel turn. A.J. Allmendinger goes down low, thinking that Kenseth would try that move. Stays in front of him. Trevor Bayne in the 6, just in front of the 47. Parker.
Seems the 88 you saw get slow there. He came over the radio and said his seat belts are undone right now. Expect the 88 to maybe come down pit road and try to get those back on or run slowly. Something's amiss with his seat belt, and that's never comforting for a driver.
That's horrible. Depending on the latching system that he has, quite possibly when he was warming his tires up, his glove could have gotten caught in it. He could have hit something. So it looks like everything's hooked right here. I'm not so sure what happened.
He's trying to tighten them as he's driving. You see his left hand going down there to try to tighten his belts. Take a look at the 88 falling back quickly on that inside.
It's so difficult to say. I say it looked like they were hooked up. Certainly the shoulder belts were hooked up, but you can't see the lap belts. Oh, it is unhooked.
It is completely unhooked.
Yeah.
So he'll have to come to pit road, and the crew will have to actually help him put that back together.
Oh, I think he's got it hooked back up.
You got it?
I think he got it. Now he's got it. Now he can tighten it up. So, yeah, we had a replay. Now he's caught back up. So that was a replay from earlier. So he reached down there. And remember, you can't see. That's a very, very small slit that you slide this piece in. You cannot see it. And you have to just feel it. So he did a really good job of getting that hooked up. You have to loosen the belt up, get it hooked up, and then tighten it back up.
And he was supposed to be on vacation. Jeff Gordon filling in for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Great racing continuing as Kenseth trying to stay on the outside of that 41 of Kurt Busch.
AC Mears with an aggressive move.
Mears in the 13 trying to get by the 6.
There's a lot of aggression back here. Trevor Bayne is running for that chase bubble, as is Austin Dillon. You see right here, makes a move on Carl Edwards to take over the 4th position. Another car I've been watching, though, back in the 8th position is A.J. Allmendinger. A.J. and Kevin Harvick are battling hard. As you see, Harvick goes to the inside of Allmendinger here. These are the 2 cars that are on that lap 100 strategy. They have fresher tires than the cars in front of them. A.J. Allmendinger, we haven't heard from him much, but we know how frustrated he's been over the last few weeks. Had a lot of accidents, had some issues. A good run. If he could stay close to that force bumper, he's going to have a good day.
And Steve, you're right. It's been a frustrating few weeks, but a terrific run for the 47 team today. In fact, the best run they've had in probably a month and a half. They have been at worst today around 12th. AJ fights for the car that's very tight late in a run, but he's very happy with it early in a run. In fact, he's been in the top 5 fastest lap times every lap since we went back green. And remember, Watkins Glen coming up next week. That race team tested there this week, so they know that might be their best shot to get a win this year. Third place battle, Rick.
Yeah, Austin Dillon looking strong in the 3 as he was able to get by Brad Keselowski. And so now Dillon up to 3rd. He's on the same pit strategy. Came on lap 86. Same as Kyle Larson, Kyle Busch were in front of him, and Keselowski who's behind him.
And Rick, one thing that stands out about Austin Dillon here this afternoon is certainly the maturity and poise he has shown since that run-in with Kyle Larson earlier in the race. His crew chief and spotter both getting on the radio immediately after that, trying to tell him to be calm, stay focused. His octaves never raised. He dialed it in, kept focused on the racetrack, and has moved back to the front and is back in contention once again.
And Austin Dillon, points-wise, great, looking very strong, but still looking for his first win in the Cup Series. And now running 3rd behind Larson and Kyle Busch. Plus 66 as far as that cutoff line. The 16th position right now held by Jamie McMurray. He's 22 points in front of Casey Kane. You are watching the Pennsylvania 400 from Pocono as we go NASCAR nonstop. And welcome back to Pocono. Kyle Larson, last on pit road on lap 86, as we've now completed 117 laps. Let's talk about strategies. We are now under 43 to go, brought to you by Smithfield Foods.
Yeah, Rick, basically the strategy is which strategy is the right one to be on. There's split pit strategies currently with a couple different teams, and then restarts. They've been crazy all day long. And how about the weather? The fog comes, it goes. Will weather affect the end of this race, or will we get the last 42 laps in?
Let's go through the field, brought to you by Nationwide. We begin with Parker.
You mentioned all those different split strategies. Well, the 42 is on one. They spoke to Chad Johnson. He said, we only need one more stop. His spotter, Derek Nealon, came over the radio, though, and asked, what's your water temp? Why? There's a little debris on the front. Overall, Kyle Larson's pretty happy with his car. Mike?
Parker, as Austin Dillon told us during one of our practice shows earlier this week, he said, we need to have the mindset of a winner. We can't settle for second. That was quite clear in a recent exchange between his crew chief, Slugger Labby, and his spotter, Andy Houston.
Andy, we get there, we're taking no from nobody. We have to win. I agree.
Slugger Labby told me earlier this week he had a conversation with Austin Dillon about restarts. Wanted him to get much more aggressive. We just saw that on that most recent restart as he now moved his way up into contention for the win.
And Austin Dillon has closed the gap now on Kyle Larson. As they're closing in on their pit window, Austin Dillon wants to get in front of Kyle Larson before he has to come to pit road.
We've been in this situation before here. We ain't gonna put up with no blocking and all that stuff. Just go get him.
And you heard the radio, go get him, because that left side donut you see on the 42 car, that's from the right side tires of the 3 of Austin Dillon a few laps back when he tried to pass him in turn 3 before.
I don't know how much they want from him, right? It's not like he drove in there and wasn't trying to pass him. You know, you got to be careful to pump him up, not to pump him up too much. I mean, obviously, Austin Dillon doesn't mind being aggressive. And he has the fastest car on the racetrack right now. I mean, as far as all these cars on this pit cycle, he's gotten by 2 or 3 cars to get to this position to battle for the lead.
Similar situation to the last time these two were fighting for the lead, a yellow car. This time it's Kyle Busch that's back there. Could Kyle Busch take advantage if these two get side by side again?
Well, if it's not just Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon needs to go, because you look, as you see the Jimmy Johnson, the 48 car on pit road, Mike.
And they made lots of adjustments throughout the course of the afternoon. Obviously, the biggest problem they had was with the hole in the nose of the race car. They put rubbers in, they've taken rubbers out, but still the handling is a little bit off. 4 tires for Jimmy Johnson.
And with 40 to go, Rick, we expect the leaders, the 42 and the 3, to be on pit road in maybe 2 or 3 laps. But as I'm saying, the 3 needs to go, because it's not just Kyle Busch. We have Kevin Harvick back in the 6th position, who's consistently running some of the fastest laps on the racetrack.
And keep in mind, these top 5 cars all last pitted on lap 86, so we see them racing on the racetrack right now, but when they pit, they're going to be racing on pit road as well. They're going to have to get on pit road well. They're going to have to do good pit stops. They're going to have to leave pit road well, because if you can beat someone on pit road, then you don't have to spend this amount of time that it's taken Austin Dillon to try to get by the 42 of Larson.
And remember, Rick, doubled the timelines this week, nearly doubled. NASCAR's added more loop lines. The segments are shorter. We've seen Jeff Gordon get busted earlier. There's less time for the driver to recover if he makes a mistake and gets a little over his pit road RPM.
You have to be careful not to speed on pit road. And as you mentioned, a great point, Jeff, on pit road, right now on the racetrack, Austin Dillon is 1/10 of a second behind Kyle Larson. 1/10 of a second on pit road could be the difference of winning or losing this race.
Oh yeah, you're racing for track position right now. So, you know, Austin Dillon's been putting a lot of pressure on Larson. And see the first car on this cycle pitting right now, Keselowski. Mike?
Brad Keselowski, during his first run today, went 39 laps on a fuel run. It is with 38 laps to go now, so presumably he can go the distance from here. 4 tire change. The car's been a little bit loose in traffic. They'll make a wedge adjustment as well, and a full load of Sunoco race fuel to give Keselowski enough fuel to go the distance.
And Rick, it's really important to note, Brad Keselowski was one of the first cars to pit road, because those fresh Goodyear tires will help his lap times. He'll run as much as a second faster than our 2 leaders with fresh tires.
But everyone's afraid to pit early because we've had this weather in the area. So there's this real gamble about wanting to pit early, but also you can see the 3 car here earlier, how loose he got. Look at this. Look at the 3 car sideways. But I'm with you. I'd want to pit early. I'd want to be on pit road as early as I can, but the danger is, what if it starts raining?
Right.
Now you're leading the race or running second, and you give that away. More cars pitting right now.
More cars making their way onto pit road, including the 19 of Carl Edwards. Kevin Harvick also on his way down there. Mike?
And Edwards made his last stop on lap 86, coming down for service now. Car's been a little bit tight. They're going to take 4 tires and fuel.
This time Denny Hamlin hits his spot in pit lane perfectly. The 11 car needing 4 tires and fuel as well. They made sure to pack it full, they said. Marty.
An interesting move for Kevin Harvick and his race team. They were on the later sequence. They pitted last at lap 100, but coming a little bit earlier here. They too believing these tires will help out. 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Harvick happy with the car and just snare pressure adjustment, and that's all.
And Rick, Dax Geringer filling in for Rodney Childress. Huge pit call. Got Kevin Harvick to pit road first. before these two leaders, I believe that pit call right there will win Kevin Harvick the race. Get him 4 tires. The 3 and the 42, for some reason, are still on the racetrack, losing time to these cars that were on pit road. I expect when this cycles around, the 4 of Kevin Harvick, either first or second to only the 2 of Brad Keselowski.
And way up the racetrack, Austin Dillon goes, as he was worried about the 16 of Greg Biffle. That may lose him second. Here comes the 18 of Kyle Busch.
And it also loses track position. Think about how much time he just lost and how much track position he lost. Parker.
Casey Kane's on pit road. He says, I need more stability to pass these cars. That was something his crew chief Keith Rodham told me has plagued them all season. Being able to pass. So you get 4 Goodyear tires, a small adjustment in the right rear, and also 2 cans of Sunoco fuel.
Rick, I just don't understand why the 42 and the 3 continue to stay on the racetrack. Maybe it's their fuel window, and now we see the 42 of Kyle Larson pitting and the 3 staying out. The 42 hard to pit road, though, Rick. We talked about those timing lines. We'll have to see if he got down to pit road speed in time.
Simon locked the right rear tire up as he was coming up to the pit entry line is where they start to keep track of the speed. Parker.
42 has gotten the lead twice now through the split strategy, but they know they had this last pit stop. They've been very happy with the car, maybe a bit tight off turn 3. They're going to do 4 tires and Sunoco fuel. Marty?
For Kyle Busch, he said in traffic the car was extremely tight, but when he got out front, it got a little bit better. A little bit of a slow stop, not too bad for the 18 team. It's going to be 4 fresh Goodyear tires and a right side wedge that's been still trying to loosen up that 18 car.
As we see the 42 come off from pit road with the 18, look to the left side of your screen right here. A white car is going to go by. The 4 of Kevin Harvick. Got to pit road early. Got fresh tires on his car. He passes the 4, 42, and the 18 by pitting early. Mike.
Austin Dillon pretty happy with his race car coming down pit road right now. Getting service on the right side. The call is for 4 tires, air pressure, and fuel. The handling has been pretty good for Dillon, so they're not going to make any significant adjustment to the race car. Give him what he has and hope he can get to the front. Marty?
Mike, the terrific run for A.J. Allmendinger continues. He comes into pitting from the top 10. It's going to be 4 Goodyear tires, no changes to the chassis. Dinger said it was very good, especially early in the run, and it didn't get as tight at the end of that run as it had in previous runs. Quick stop for the 47 team.
As I'm looking at the scoring monitor continue to run down as green flag pit stops continue, Keselowski, who's been on pit road, has about a 3 to 4 second lead over Tony Stewart and Kevin Harvick. So Keselowski, once all of the green flag stops cycle through, is going to be the race leader. And will it be a question of can he make it all the way on fuel? Because he came on lap 122. That's 38 laps of fuel running at top speed. We said the wind would be somewhere right around there.
I think it really comes down to Keselowski getting to pit road before Kevin Harvick, because we see Casey Mears on pit road now. Keselowski not just got to pit road first, but has had some great racetrack in front of him. You look out in front of the 2 car, very little traffic. He's been running a lot of clean laps versus the 4 of Kevin Harvick. When he blended back on the racetrack, was in a little bit of traffic. It doesn't take a lot. We've talked about how tricky this track is. Passing 1 car in 1 corner can hurt you down an entire straightaway, and because of that, he lost some lap time to the 2. But if you got to look behind both of them, cars that were in position to win the race, Kyle Larson, Kyle Busch, behind all of these guys. It's not just when you pit, how you get on and off pit road. Pit strategy has hurt a few of these cars today.
Yeah, and you talk about the cars behind them. 3-car Austin Dillon, think about him. He was racing the 41 for the lead. I'm sorry, the 42 for a lead. 42's in 8th. He's back in 13th. So waiting longer to pit, a slow pit stop, having trouble in 1 and 2, all that's added up to moving him way back.
And with the green flag pit stops, it's dangerous, not only on the racetrack, but also on pit road. A lug nut flying off and flying at one of the crew members. We go NASCAR nonstop. Next weekend, NASCAR Sprint Cup Series on the road course at Watkins Glen. Xfinity Series at 1:30 on Saturday, 2 o'clock on Sunday. The Cup Series. Cup Series will be on USA. Xfinity Series on CNBC as the Olympics will kick off on Friday with the opening ceremonies. And race leader Chris Buescher leading his first laps. And take a look at this. The caution has come out. Fog has rolled in so badly in turns 1 and 2 that people can't see that straightaway. So the caution has come out. Chris Buescher is in front. The possibility of Chris Buescher winning this race is definitely very real right now. Dave?
Hit it on lap 107, Rick. That's why he was able to stay out longer than the rest. They had just told the driver to keep digging, to stay keeping that distance between himself and the cars who were faster today. And then they asked him, can you see down turn 1 and down the backstretch? He said, a little bit. That's how much it's fogged in.
Still can't see you.
So the fog has rolled in, and it's coming from the turn 1 side. It's rolling in through the mountain area here, and it's completely taking away the view of Long Pond Straightaway, which goes from turn 1 to turn 2.
Yeah, you're looking at, you're seeing what we're seeing. We're sitting in this booth essentially one level below the spotters, and we cannot see the exit of turn 1. We cannot see the entire back straightaway. Just the same thing. I mean, behind those clouds, that's the back straightaway. You just cannot see it.
And again, I mentioned earlier, NASCAR needs to see all the way around the track. The spotters need to see all the way around the track for safety purposes.
What if this ends the race? Chris Buescher leading at Pocono. One of the Rookie of the Year contenders. We've talked about the other ones really all year long. Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney. Today was some of the first laps that Chris Buescher has ever led in the Sprint Cup Series. Our Xfinity Series champion had a really, just a rough first year in the Sprint Cup Series. A real battle with this 34 car. Kept his head down. Every time we talked to him on camera, upbeat, hoping to turn it around. Here he is leading with a potential weather rolling in at Pocono.
Now he has to get in the same criteria as everybody else, has to be the top 30 in points if he gets a win to be eligible for the chase. Right now he's outside the top 30. He's 6 points outside the top 30. But I'm guessing that if they would end up getting the win, if this fog continues to roll in, they'll do whatever they need to do to get those 6 points to get in the top 30.
Well, remember who his crew chief is. I mean, Bob Osborne was Carl Edwards' crew chief.
Yep.
Carl, and they won a lot of races together. So Bob Osborne is very competent, very good crew chief. And you give a little team like this, if this doesn't clear up and they're able to win this race, you give this team that momentum to have to get points, they'll find a way. I mean, they will get better because now they have a goal to shoot for.
Dave.
It's tough to see fog on the radar, but Bob, did you have an idea that this might be rolling in?
No, not really on the fog. We've been watching the radar. There's some storms heading our way. We're just hoping for the best.
You've told me earlier this year just how much you appreciate Chris's ability to plug away and be a little bit out of the media spotlight here. So is this an example of you guys just working hard and putting yourself in position?
Yeah, that's exactly it. We're doing our thing. We're trying to get our program better. He's keeping the car as clean as he can, and we're just going to business.
Remember what happened earlier today as we let Bob get back to thinking about this one. Remember, he avoided that big wreck off of, I believe it was turn 1, Rick, when everybody got stacked up, and he had a bit of a tire rub, but they got that taken care of, and now we're in position to win at Pocono.
And Dave, you brought up a great point. You can't see fog on a radar. So NASCAR can't say, well, we'll wait for this fog cell to go through. They have no idea how long the fog is going to be here. Take a look at the notable team winless streak. Right at the top of that list, Front Row Motorsports, which is what Chris Buescher's driving for, 118 races since their last win. Flash back to that last win, 2013 in Talladega, David Reagan.
Yeah, the two teammates working together really well. David Gillen and David Reagan found a way to knock the big guys off the block that day. They teamed up, they worked together well, and pulled a major upset.
That was a major upset. That was at Talladega, drafting track. To back that win up with the second win for that company here at Pocono would be another major upset.
Okay, so one of the things, and as we look at the spotters, one of the things I would have to ask as a question to you guys would be, there's not a safety issue as far as the cars rolling around the track, and there's not precipitation. So would NASCAR allow them just to continue to roll around the track And when I say that, I'm saying that because could he run out of fuel? He was last on pit road at lap 107 if they continue under caution and run around this track.
Well, I'm sure that Bob Osborne is letting Chris Buescher know. We've seen cars go upwards of 39 or 40 laps today on the racetrack. So with a lot of these being run under yellow, I would expect that Chris Buescher has quite a bit of fuel in the tank, saving gas under these caution flag laps.
So as the fog has rolled in and we're under caution, we're going to take a break. We go NASCAR nonstop from Pocono. You're watching Through the Fog, NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing from Pocono. Today's telecast presented by Mobile One. Let's see if we can dial up the guy running second right now, Brad Keselowski.
Hey, Brad, Jeff Burton in the NBCSN booth. You with us?
Yes, sir, Jeff.
Well, you guys did a great job on strategy, green flag sequence there to get this track position. Is your car good enough to keep it?
I think so. I just got to get the restart. I feel like we've been, as good as anybody, if not the best car in clean air. And we just got to get there and stay there. So this restart coming up, hopefully if we can get to it, will be key.
So from up here in the booth and on TV, we cannot see the back straightaway at all. Tell us how it is in the car when you go down the back straightaway.
Yeah, it's not terrible. I think the biggest problem is the spotters can't see it. So I'm pretty optimistic that these clouds will just roll right through and we'll get back to racing and a green flag finish that the fans all want, including me.
All right, thank you for taking time. The fans really appreciate you taking time and talking to them. Have a great day.
We appreciate them sticking around. I know rain and Mondays and all that stuff. We're just glad you're watching.
And the fog's, from the driver's perspective, as we are on the top of the 5 of Casey Kane, going into turn number 1, this is where it's thickest, is from 1 to 2 down long. It's called Long Pond Straightaway here at Pocono, and from that point into the tunnel turn is where it's the thickest across the track. And then, because if you're sitting in the grandstands and watching this race, you can see most of the infield, but you cannot see at all turns 2 and that backstretch.
Yeah, look at this shot, though.
Right.
The drivers can't see far enough down the straight either. You can't even see the tunnel turn right there. So although it's better for the drivers than it is for the spotters being able to see the back straightaway, you can see right here how your vision is hampered. You can't even see the scoreboard in turn 2 where you normally get a really good view of it.
I mean, if this fog stays here, and we're seeing a little bit of precipitation now on the camera there as we're working through turn 2, but if this fog stays here, how about the story of Chris Buescher, Xfinity Series champion, driving now in the Cup Series, potentially with his first Cup Series win just in front of him?
Yeah, think about our countdown to green, how many drivers we talked to from smaller teams, and they talked about how hard it is to compete against these big teams. Here's Chris Buescher, Xfinity champion, a race winner, a guy that's raced against Kyle Busch, raced against Kevin Harvick in the Xfinity Series and been able to beat him. And then he goes and drives for this little team. It's his opportunity to go and get a Cup ride, and that's hard to do. I mean, it's hard to go from winning races, competing for championships, to go to a smaller team to build your Cup career. But we heard Osborne, his crew chief, talk about his attitude, how great his attitude is. So these little teams, man, they're out there working so hard. We do not give them enough credit because we pay so much attention to the leaders. But those smaller teams, in many cases, they work harder than the bigger teams do. They just don't have the same amount of tools.
And this hasn't been the easiest day for the 34 of Chris Buescher. We go back earlier in the race, Rick. We see the 34 of Chris Buescher right here behind the 44 Brian Scott. Brian Scott gets really sideways. The 34 of Chris Buescher hangs a left to try to avoid him. Has some damage, has a tire on him. You see the smoke out of the 34. Has to pit to get the damage repaired.
So when he came to pit road, obviously that put him on a little bit of a different cycle than everyone else. Dave?
And you talk about working hard. Every time I tried to catch up with Bob Osborne this weekend just to get an update on what they might expect for today, he was under the car, and he had to wave me off because he was working so hard trying to get this car right. And to emphasize a little more what I asked him about, it's that staying off the radar thing. They know that Chase Elliott clearly has a spotlight on him this year. A lot of pressure on Elliott to run that 24 car well. Bob Osborne tells me he's really been glad that the spotlight has sort of been away from Chris Buescher just to let him go about his work his craft. They know they're not as fast as the top cars right now. That's okay. Chris is learning and getting better, and they like being under the radar. Mike?
And Dave, as big as a story as it would be if Chris Buescher wins this, almost equally impressive, Regan Smith. He started 30th and may have this gamble pay off. He's still a few laps away from having to pit, but right now, if this were to end, he'd end up with his best finish of the day. Now, if you folks were watching during our pre-race show today, you saw that Regan Smith had a couple of 4-leaf clovers in his hand. I'm beginning to think that might be true for him if this pays off today. Rick?
Yeah, second wave of fog is coming through. We were able to see the back straight for just about a minute, maybe 2 minutes, but a second wave of fog is coming in, and it looks to be thicker. It's almost covering up the garage area. We're seeing it's so thick here in the area.
Well, we've been listening to the radio with the 34, and he's now been told to save a little gas. He's 30 laps into this run. I'm sure that the 34 has enough gas for a few more caution laps, but as he saves, we have to remember, he has to do a good job of getting that car refired. You see as the 34 pulls off the pace car a couple car lengths and then gets it refired to go again. The 2 of Brad Keselowski is going to continue to ride right on his quarter panel because if that 34 doesn't fire right away, he can't maintain speed, Jeff. We have seen cars be moved back in position under caution before. The last thing Chris Buescher wants to do is lose the lead under caution.
We just chatted with Brad Keselowski, running second right now. Here's what he had to say on the radio about the visibility and the conditions that they're running in now.
Close, Joey. Looks like it's getting closer to clearing out. It's definitely moving from 1 to 2, but next time you get around here, you'll see where it's enveloping the track from 3 as well, so I'm just not sure what's behind it. There's no way to tell. Good thing is it's moving. You know, if it wasn't moving, that'd be a big deal. Yeah, hear that. I'm certified to fly in it, so we're okay. Well, that makes me feel better, Joe. Thank you. Hey, you're welcome.
Oh, boy. And a big change now. NASCAR is saying they're going to bring them onto pit road. So it's no longer going to be a fuel game as far as trying to shut the car off and on. They're going to bring them onto pit road because of this visibility and park them on pit road, but they're not allowed to unbuckle. So they can't get out of the cars. NASCAR's going to hope that a window opens up to where the visibility is clear enough that we can get back to racing.
And this is so unpredictable. I mean, we have been here before, Steve, as driver and crew chief, and had this happen in practice, where you can't practice. It's not raining, but it's fog, and then in 5 minutes it goes away, or it won't go away for hours. So you just have no way of predicting how this is going to end up.
Well, the other issue you have is at 5 minutes to 3, you think, man, we have all kinds of time to wait for this fog. But if you go to the radar, there's afternoon showers predicted, and you see a couple storms brewing, one directly west of Pocono Raceway. If that storm continues, we've seen this track take upwards of 3 hours to drive for the last 2 days. If that rainstorm hits Pocono Raceway, this race is over.
Yeah, I'm guessing Chris Buescher will be doing a rain dance inside the car.
Any of the track. This right here in front of us is all we can see.
Yeah, the visibility now has got almost to zero. As
you can't
far
see
as
turn one now.
Yeah, the fog has rolled in really bad, and of course our cameras, the closer they are to pit road, obviously the better vision they have. Marty?
Let's talk to Dax Geringer and the fill-in crew chief for Kevin Harvick and his race team. So a lot of teams obviously don't want it to get back to green. I'm assuming you do want to get back to green.
Oh, absolutely. 34 in the 7 should have to pit soon. It'll be us in the 2, and I feel like we have a better car than the 2, so I'd like to see it go back green for sure.
How about the call to come a little bit earlier? Because you could have stayed out longer on that last stop, but you decided to come a little bit earlier, and that's how you got that track position.
Yeah, we wanted to come as soon as we could to get in our window.
All right, Daxon filling in for Rodney Childers this weekend and has Kevin Harvick in a good position if we get back to green, Rick.
That's going to be the big question too, Marty, if, as Steve just pointed out, the possibility of rain showers could be coming in. You never know how long this fog will stay in the area. It's blowing through, but not quickly at all. I mean, it's moving very slowly. And as you can see, I mean, we're giving you some different vantage points from around the track. As you can see, you can't see.
That's true. And it hadn't gotten better. It got better for just a minute, and now it's just, I mean, it's just moving now. We can't see anything on the back straightaway. We can't see the beginning of turn 1, where before it was mostly the back straightaway, but it has certainly gotten worse.
And Rick, we get this question all the time, why? You know, why? Why do teams come that don't feel that they can compete week in and week out with the bigger race teams? This is why. Race teams and racers are completely unpredictable. Look at 2 of the top 3 cars here. We have the 34 from Front Row Motorsports leading, the 7 of Regan Smith in the 3rd position. 2 teams that at the start of the green flag, or start of the race, the green flag today, I'm not sure we could have put either in the top 5, yet here they are. They deserve to be here. They had, everyone in the field had the same opportunities, and these 2 have played a wonderful race today.
That's a great point. And earlier today we were listening to an interview by Michael McDowell, who had said, you know what, we're so thankful that we have a sponsor that has been on board with this team for this race, because it gives us an opportunity. And that's all these teams want. They want an opportunity to be on the track, to be seen, and this is the possibility for Chris Buescher to be seen and to propel him into stardom. If he can get a win, if he can get this team a win, a great opportunity for this team to continue to grow and be competitive week in and week out. Let's see if we can actually chat with Chris Buescher.
Hey, Chris, it's Jeff. You got a moment to talk to us?
Yes, sir. I got you.
What is going through your mind right now?
Trying to remember whatever rain dance I've ever learned.
Will they let you out of the car and dance, or you got to do it inside?
Sounds like I have to do it inside for a while here. So hopefully we get a little bit more of this cover here. I'm being a little bit selfish right now. I know I wants to finish the race, but I like where we're at right now, and all the complaining I've done about the weather for the weekend, I'm taking all that back right now.
I can assure you that anybody who's in your position would want it to rain just like you do right now. So if this were to go red and we could not get going again, tell us what this would mean to your team.
It'd be huge. We've had a decent dockside logistics board today. We've gotten a lot of speed as we've gone through the run, and trying to avoid a wreck, I cut down a left rear tire there. So got all strategy, and we've been playing it since. And so far, it's working out good. If this ends the way it's looking right now, it'd be huge. I mean, still got to get up in a good points position. If we can make the chase off a win, we gotta step it up a little bit through the next couple of races.
Well, do you feel like if you were to get this win today, do you feel like you can step it up over the next 5 races and get yourself where you need to be?
Yeah, absolutely. Our last 6-7 weeks have been heading in the right direction. They've been really good. We've had better speed each and every week. We're coming back to a lot of these racetracks for the second time. Places where we actually ran pretty decent at the first time around. So, yeah, I'm extremely confident that we're heading in the right direction in points. We've been making the climb here, so we'll be able to get it done if we can get this win here.
Well, we are all watching, and we're probably as nervous as you are. So we'll see what happens, and we'll talk to you in a little bit.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Y'all get to dancing up there, too.
You don't want to see that.
Oh, Chris Buescher. He is right now 31st. He is 6 points behind 30th, which is David Reagan. You have to, if you get a win, if you win, you have to be inside the top 30 in points to be eligible for that chase. So it's not as easy as win and you're in. It's win and you're in, but be in the top 30 in points.
And, you know, this is a major deal for not just this 34 of Chris Buescher, but look at the chase standings. Currently, Chris Buescher's not here because he's not inside the top 30. But if you put Chris Buescher up there, you put him in the 12th position and shift everyone down, that bumps Kyle Larson out. We have Earnhardt Jr. currently out at the bottom there. You see with concussion-like symptoms, maybe he can come back. Casey Kane just below the red line. This Chase Elliott's had trouble today. With 6 races remaining, this is getting very, very tight. You add one more unknown in. Chris Buescher winning is one thing, but then will or will he not be in the top 30? It makes some of these guys racing for the chase berth kind of shooting for a moving target a bit.
And can you imagine being on the 34 team where you've been working, where you're just trying to build a race team and trying to make it get better throughout the year, and then somebody says, hey, by the way, 5 races, 6 points. Can you imagine the intensity and how much that changes?
Well, the other teams are looking at this as well. As a matter of fact, the 14 just talked about the possibility of the 34 winning on the radio. Listen.
If it does play out like this, old Chris Buescher is going to mess up some brackets. Yeah. Well, good for him, though, man. If he gets it, he gets it. Yeah, it's all part of it. He's done better in that car than anybody previous to him, so if he gets it, he deserves one. I like that kid. He's got a good attitude.
And Tony Stewart is currently 5th, and he got there because of a little pit strategy. They took 2 tires to get him up there into the top 10. Let's see if we can chat a little bit with Tony while the fog is here.
Hey, Tony, it's Burton, NBCSN booth. Mind talking to us for just a minute?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Well, we're eavesdropping on you just a little bit. Heard you bragging on Chris Buescher. Tell us what you would think about a guy like that winning this race.
Well, when I was telling my crew guys, I mean, of all the guys that have been in that 34 car, I mean, I think he's probably done the best of any of them this year. So, you know, if he gets it, I mean, there's been a lot of places like this where, you know, circumstances and fuel mileage have worked out to where guys can get a win like this. So, you know, he's a good kid. He was a Xfinity champion, and, you know, it doesn't matter how you get your first one. You just want to get your first one. So for him, I mean, I hope it works out for him right now.
Well, tell us about your day and how it's gone. It's been pretty eventful, it looks like.
Yeah, we've been like a yo-yo. It's, you know, we took off okay there at the beginning of it, and then on the first stop at the competition caution, we got 4 tires, and that put us back to 20-something. And we're okay once everybody gets sorted out, and I can race guys one-on-one, but when we're in a big wad, the restarts are so chaotic and crazy that it's hard to figure out where you need to be.
So you mentioned restarts. If this thing gets going again, you're going to restart 5th on the inside. What's your strategy to try to get this win?
The first thing, just watch the run behind us, because that's, you know, it's hard for NASCAR to watch everybody, but the guys, the further back they are, the bigger a run they're getting. So you have to guard against the run, and then we're going to have to try to, if we get back to green, we're going to have to try to, I think the 2 and the 4 and us got an advantage over that 34 and 7, so we'll have to find a way to try to get by them as quick as possible, not break our momentum. If you break your momentum, there's going to be 5 guys in one straightaway go by you.
Tony, thank you for taking time and letting us share a little moment with you. Have a good day.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
So Tony Stewart currently in 5th as the fog lifting just a little bit, but once again it continues to roll through waves of fog rolling through at different times. At times we can see all the way to the tunnel turn. Other times you can't see turn 1 again. And right now a little bit of a lifting of the fog. A driver that's currently in a similar position, he's running in the 3rd spot right now, is Regan Smith. Let's chat with him.
Hey, Regan, Jeff Burton in the booth here. You with us?
Yeah, Jeff, I got you.
Hey, we saw 4-leaf clovers before the race started. Is that working for you right now?
Yeah, it appears to be. Your camera guy, he was doing a good job spotting that over in the corner of his eye, and I kept it with me. Mike told me to keep one of them just in case I needed it today. I got to tell you something, man. It's so thick out here I can barely see the car in front of me, so I don't think it's going to clear off until sometime next June when we come back, probably.
Now, is that coming from the guy running third, or is that the guy in the NASCAR tower?
Well, the guy running third thinks that. I don't know what the tower thinks right now, but, cool deal for us to get up here. I'm sitting here thinking we should just call it. We've been here for a while. Flip side, I know we got a lot of fans that stuck it out with us too, but nonetheless, proud of my guys for seeing the opportunity there to stay out and try to get the best finish we could today here, and we'll see what happens with it.
Yeah, you drive for Tommy Baldwin, and Tommy's done a really good job of trying to build this race team. Explain to the fans what a finish like this, if this thing does end, what a finish like this does to a team like Tommy Baldwin's.
Well, it's huge in a lot of aspects. You look at what the finish does for you, number one, points-wise and things like that, but just momentum and just something uplifting for all the guys in the shop. These guys work hard, and we do a lot with a lot less than the big teams do, which means our guys have to work even harder and put more hours in, and they don't complain. They put their heads down and work and dig, and Tommy's been at this now for quite some time and doing it on his own, and we got some great partners with APC and Toy State that help make it happen. But certainly it would be cool for him to get this good run too.
Well, thank you guys for taking time for us, and we'll be watching to see what happens.
10-4. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, we really have to say thank you to all the drivers just allowing us to come into their office right in the middle of a competition.
It's one of the things that separates this sport from all others. Can you imagine during a football game talking to the quarterback?
Going to the huddle. We'll be right back.
A crowd estimated at over 135,000 have packed in here.
He runs out of fuel. Here comes the 22. Logano's going to win at the Glen.
Oh, yeah, guys. Woo!
That's coming up next weekend. The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series hits the road in Watkins Glen. You take a look at the schedule. The Olympics kicking off on Friday. The Xfinity Series will be on CNBC. Then USA will have the Cup Series for the next 3 weeks until the Bristol race. We'll be back on NBCSN. David Reagan carrying the USA Network banner on the hood and the rear deck lid. Let's see if we can chat with Kyle Larson. We've talked to a few drivers already. Kyle Larson has said it would be okay if we chatted with him also under this red flag condition.
Hey, Kyle, it's Jeff. Do you have a moment to talk to us?
Yes, sir.
Saw you and Austin Dillon with a tight battle. Tell us what happened throughout turn 3.
Yeah, we were both racing really hard because you could see the rain on our windshields, and we were, just a halfway almost, and didn't know if that'd be the end of the race right there. So thought I left him enough room into 3. I don't know if he got loose underneath me downshifting or what, but got into it with each other.
Well, you're sitting in 6th position right now. If this thing goes back green, what are your odds and chances of winning this race?
think our Target Chevy is good enough for a top 3 finish here. It'll be tough to get by the 4, but yeah, I think we're good. We just got to hope for this rain to stay away.
Hey, Kyle, can you tell us what the balance is? I know you're close in points to being where you need to be in the chase, but if you win a race, you're in the chase. So what is that balance between racing really, really hard for the win versus trying to make sure you earn points?
Yeah, Austin and I are both we're both winless, so we were racing hard there. But it'd be nice to get a win to lock ourselves in, and here with the 34 in the lead, it's the last thing we need, being the last car. I think that'd probably put us out of the chase again. So I'm praying for some clear weather here. Looks like everybody's getting out of their cars, so it doesn't look too promising. But I'm praying hard that we can go racing and at least get a couple more laps in.
Well, Kyle, we really appreciate you taking time, and we'll see what happens.
All right, you can get out. They want you to go away from the car over into the concrete.
There you have it. The drivers are being told now that they can get out of the cars. So the drivers will get out of the cars, and then they will leave them because nobody's allowed to touch anything with the car in the middle of the race.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean that NASCAR is saying this race is over. What NASCAR does is it gets really hot in these race cars. If they know that it's going to be a while before they can go back green, they'll give the drivers permission to get out of the race cars, because it's no sense in just making them sit in there and continue to get hot for no reason. So this does not mean this race is over, but what it does mean is that NASCAR clearly thinks it's going to take a little while to get going back green.
Well, it also means Chris Buescher can get out and do his rain dance outside the car now.
Right.
So we're getting ready to see what kind of twinkle toes he has.
Dancing skills for Chris Buescher. We were just chatting with Kyle Larson. Let's go back to that battle that Larson and Austin Dillon had.
Yeah, Rick, remember, weather has been in and out all day long, so these two are racing right around the halfway point, thinking this could end the race. The 3 gets to the inside of the 42 a couple times. You're going to see a lot of side drafting, some very aggressive blocking.
At that point, the 3 of Austin Dillon had taken the lead, but Larson back out in front of him through 1.
Got a big run off the tunnel. You can see Larson puts the block on. Austin tries to find a way to get underneath him, does get underneath him, but as he enters turn 3, gets loose, gets up the racetrack, gets in the side of the 42 car, and now here comes Joey Logano to take advantage of that loss of momentum. You see right here, look at the back of the 3 car, how round it is. That's just him getting loose. Had no choice but to get into the side of him. That's the problem we were just talking about. How hard do you push in that situation? In that situation, to me, you're racing for the win. That potentially was a race for the win, and I think you have to be aggressive in that situation. If those guys are racing back in 8th and 9th and where they are in points, and if they were doing that, I would say that they shouldn't be doing that, because they need to earn points to get themselves in a chase. But when you're racing for the win, you have to go give everything you've got.
Let's go down and hear from Austin Dillon. Mike?
And he has certainly been one guy racing for the win at times today, running 13th right now, but that's no real indication of how good the car has been. If we do go back green, can you get back to the front?
We're going to do everything we can if we go back green to get back there. It's frustrating, man. We had a super fast car, especially turn 3. Could really make up a lot of time on everybody there. And this fun race with that 42, he blocked me through the short chute to 3, and I got loose under him. I knew if I downshifted, I was going to really break loose, so I just kind of kept him fourth and we got loose together. But just frustrating. We got to get better on all aspects, and the good thing is we had a fast enough car to win today, and I'm proud of that. What
do you think is going to happen here?
I don't know. Mother Nature is going to take its toll. Just got to thank the good Lord for giving us a great opportunity today. It's disappointing if we don't get to take a better opportunity of it, but either way, I'm proud of my guys for a fast car.
It has been a good run for Austin Dillon this afternoon, guys.
Thank you, Mike. So Chris Buescher needs a rain dance, and right now he's doing the rain sit on the wall as everyone is waiting to find out what will happen. Let's flash back to 1999 in Darlington. Does this look familiar at all, Jeff?
Oh, no.
we have a lot of footage.
So it started raining, and we wrecked. This wreck was because of the rain, and I'm leading the race. Well, this car is destroyed. Look at the right front tire. It's in the wrong direction. Well, that's about as good as I can dance right now.
That was your dance?
That was my rain dance, but it worked. Frank Stoddard coming in. We both knew it was that late in the day that there was no way it would get going again. It rained so hard, and without the rain, we are going to, at that point, go home and put a front snout on the car and fix it, and instead we ended up in victory lane. Couldn't drive it there, but we got the victory lane.
This is a situation. There's Brian Scott coming over and saying, You just saw Chris Buescher. I don't know.
I hope.
I hope so. But Chris Buescher is currently scored as race leader. There are still 22 laps to go, but we're under a red flag condition because of the fog in the area. So fog has rolled in a few times now and has got to the point where you cannot see, as a matter of fact, you can't see anything but the front straight right now. That's how foggy it is at the racetrack. And so because of safety reasons, NASCAR pulled everyone onto pit road. It has been red flagged, and now we're waiting to find out how long we will wait to see if Chris Buescher can get his first ever win in the Sprint Cup Series.
And look at that graphic. Notable teams with a winless streak. Front Row Motorsports 118, Chip Ganassi 96, Richard Childress Racing 93. If this race does continue in this manner and is called official and that Front Row Motorsports winless streak is broken, a lot of pressure on those next two teams because Chip Ganassi and Richard Childress will now be at the top of the list they don't want to be at.
Let's go to Parker.
Well, I'm with Jeff Gordon. It's been a crazy day for you, Jeff. You had actually a seatbelt malfunction there where it came undone. On a restart, you had to drop the back and got it clipped, but then you had to come down pit road once again and hopefully get it fully fixed. What happened?
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever had that happen with this, type of mechanism where you just plug it in and it latches. I've had it happen under the old system with the old, kind of buckle and I was actually at Sonoma one time leading the race and went right off the next corner when it happened, but I was able to get that one latched. This one I thought I had it latched because it happened actually leaving pit road one time, and I got it latched, lost some time, and then we had, we were in a pretty good position on the restart and went to take off. As soon as I went second to third, just that little bit of side movement just pulled it out. So it would go in and sort of latch, but when you wiggled it left to right, it would pop right out. So I don't know if there was something lodged in there or what happened or why it took so long for that to play out. But I knew I couldn't go down to turn one on these crazy restarts without a right side seatbelt. So came in under that stop. We worked on it. Boom, and now it's good. I have no clue. It's unfortunate. 88 Nationwide Chevrolet is pretty good. I mean, we just need track position. We finally got it, and been having some decent restarts, and things are going good. I hate that happened.
Well, Jeff Gordon is definitely looking and hoping we get this race restarted, Rick.
Yeah, and we were just focusing a little bit more on that, where Jeff was moving the wheel. It looks like he was cleaning the tires, maybe heating them up a little bit, and it looked as though maybe his hand was down there by the seatbelt when that came free.
It's possible. It doesn't take a lot of movement to release the belts. You definitely see him. He's scrubbing the tires. It hasn't released yet. It's still hooked up. But as he moves the wheel.
And this is the area we're discussing right there. The latch of the seatbelt is basically right in the driver's lap where all the different seatbelts come
right there. It just popped off.
And it makes me wonder if somehow the wheel is a little lower than it needed to be, and maybe that wheel touched the mechanism. That mechanism operates, if you can imagine, it moves almost like a clock, and
right.
and it's at the 6 o'clock position, and that mechanism moves from 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock, and you can release it by moving it either way. And so if the steering wheel touches it, it rotates that mechanism, and that's what will release it. I couldn't tell from that shot if it hit it or not, but it's hard to imagine with him turning the wheel and it happening at that same time that didn't have something to do with it.
We're still under a red flag condition as the fog has brought all the cars onto pit road and the drivers are now out of their cars. Let's go down to Marty.
I can tell you there were a lot of drivers watching that replay of Jeff Gordon losing his seatbelt there and going, wow, I hope that doesn't happen to me. That's kind of a scary sight, isn't it, for a driver, Kevin Harvick?
Yeah, you definitely don't want that to happen. That's worst case scenario. So it's pretty lucky that he got it put back in there. So, and lucky that he just didn't have something happen. So that's definitely not a good situation at all.
You guys have had arguably the fastest car all day long. So I'm assuming you want this to lift and go back to green.
Yeah, our Mobile One Chevy has been really, really fast. Obviously, we had one caution come out at the wrong time, and just the fog here at the end felt like we were in a pretty good spot running down the 2, and here comes the fog. So that's kind of the way that things have gone this year. It seems like when we have a really fast car, we just have some weird circumstances, and today would fall right into that category if they called it right now.
And maybe you're getting the bad luck out of the way before the chase is the way to look at that. But Rodney said earlier this week that starting at Kentucky is where you guys really said, we're going to focus like this is the chase. You brought speed every week. So how encouraged have you been since you guys kind of made that decision about a month ago to kind of act like every race is the chase race?
Well, we got our butt kicked last week. The whole field did by the 18. So, I think as you look at that, it's always been kind of a hit or miss racetrack over the last few years for us. But the car's been really fast. This weekend was really fast at Loudon. So we've had the speed at most of the places. We just hadn't had things go right. So it's just things like this that you just keep adding to a very long list of 2016.
Well, they hope it doesn't get too frustrating, and as we mentioned, maybe that's getting it all out of the way before the chase starts. Kevin Harvick would love to get this thing back green here in a moment.
Yeah, everyone but, I believe, Chris Buescher would like to see this thing get back to green.
And I might put Regan Smith on the list.
Yeah, Regan Smith
Buescher
may be added to that list because he's running third right now. In a situation where Mother Nature could get him his first win. It happened at Loudon in 2002 for Ryan Newman. It's happened other times as well. David Rudeman in the 00, driving that Aaron's machine, as well as Joey Logano. He got his first win after that spin because of rain. Rain-shortened race got him his first win. And then most recently, Eric Almirola at Daytona got the big win on that rain-shortened day. And that got him an opportunity to race in the chase. The possibility exists for Chris Buescher. The same thing today if this fog does not lift.
And the one thing I can promise you, when they give you that trophy, doesn't have an asterisk on it. It still is a win. I won several races in the rain. Those trophies are still in my trophy case, just like I won them, just like Kyle Busch won last week. So you take a win however you can get it.
Mike.
Catching up with Carl Edwards now, has just gotten out of his race car. Obviously, these are not the situations you want to be under right now. How good's the car, and how much you look forward to possibly going back to green flag racing?
I think our car is better than 8th place, so I really want to go racing. Hopefully it clears up. Really for these fans, everybody's waiting around an awful lot, but we've got a pretty good Stanley Toyota, and yeah, I'd like one more shot at it.
What's it been like trying to plot your strategy around these conditions, not knowing when the race will end?
I tried to keep up with everything there for a little while, and I just said, heck with it. I don't know what everybody's doing. I don't know what tires everyone's on, and Dave's got a good plan, and there for a little while it looked like it was going to work out. I let a couple guys get by. I shouldn't have, but maybe we'll get them back here.
What do you think will happen here?
I have no clue. What do you think will happen?
The clouds are pretty low. The fog's rolling in. I don't know.
Hey, my first time here was with Bob Osborne, and he's pretty sharp cat. He might have schooled us all today, but yeah, hopefully we get another chance. We want to put Stanley up front.
What would you think if Chris Buescher were to come away with the trophy today?
He's a good guy, great driver, and I know how hard those guys have worked. I've been able to talk to Bob a little bit, and that'd be. I wouldn't say it's neat to see them win because we want to win, but if it were to be called right now, I'd be happy for them.
Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you.
Rick, it would seem like a feel-good story if Chris Buescher were to go to victory lane. A lot of people here would not mind seeing him win.
Yeah, that was nice. Carl Edwards obviously referencing his old crew chief, and Bob Osborne, who's calling the shots for Chris Buescher. And right now, he's in a position where he could get his first ever Sprint Cup win. if there is such a thing as a fog dance, Chris Buescher has done it to perfection because the fog continues to get thicker now at Pocono Raceway as we are under a red flag condition, 22 laps to go. And there is Chris Buescher. He is on the scoring chart, race leader with 22 to go, and in a position to get his first ever Sprint Cup Series win. And he drives for Front Row Motorsports. And here is a team that coming into each race weekend, their goal might not be the same as Joe Gibbs Racing, Hendrick Motorsports, Roush Fenway. The big teams, their goals a little bit different. Maybe fight for that top 15, top 20 finish.
Yeah, we talked about Chris Buescher, an Xfinity champion, had a shot to go Cup racing, went with this smaller team. If you have some assistance from Roush Fenway Racing, Roush Fenway Racing believes a great deal, and I believe Ford believes a great deal in Chris Buescher and his abilities. So it took a young driver, took him over to get some experience, learn something about the Cup Series. They've tried to help front row at the same time. So, and we've seen this team run better. At Kentucky, in practice and in the race, we couldn't talk enough about him. I mean, he ran really well, had good speed there, had some bad luck, got in a wreck, but they had a lot of speed at Kentucky a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and last week, Chris Buescher got his career best finish at 14th at Indianapolis. So while this is definitely a strategy play with the weather, I'm a true believer in you make your own luck. And I think, the 34 had a speeding penalty today, recovered from that. Bob Osborne being very creative on the pit box, but you still have to have enough speed to put yourself in this position. If he wasn't fast enough, then Brad Keselowski would be the leader because he would have been able to pass him on the racetrack before this weather came. So you have to really make your own luck in the sport.
And you have to understand the situation you're in. And if you're the crew chief on the 34 car or the driver of the 34 car, you don't race it the same way that Keselowski and Harvick were able to race it today. You have to race your race. You have to compete against the people in your class, so to speak. And they don't have the speed as those guys do today. We did see it at Kentucky, but they've made all the right calls if things fell a certain way for them to take advantage of, and you have to give them credit for that.
You guys won't remember this, but back in 1988.
You're right.
Because, I mean, you might not have been born yet, Steve, but back in 1988, the Fog Bowl. Do you guys remember the football game between the Eagles and the Bears?
I remember
where you couldn't see the players on the field. It was crazy, and that's a situation that we're in now. Here, the fog has rolled in. It's so thick that you cannot see anywhere other than just in front of you. I would guesstimate probably 200 yards is what you're able to see right now as far as the length of visibility. And it just continues to roll through, but you have no idea if it's going to pass through, if it's going to blow through. As we look at a radar, you can't see anything immediately. There's no real rain in the area, so it's not that there's moisture on the track or precipitation in the air. It's just that this fog continues through. They can't see, the spotters and NASCAR cannot see all the way around this track, and for safety purposes, they can't put them out there.
Yeah, and the challenge is it's 3:25 on Monday afternoon. So what is the correct amount of time? How long can NASCAR allow us to sit here and wait for the fog to lift? Could it be 15 minutes? Will it never happen today? I don't know how you can judge that. We showed you the radar a minute ago. There are a bunch of storms in the area, nothing imminently going to hit. Some in the area that could pop up or continue to move around, but it seems like at the moment, fog is our number one concern.
It's been a tough day for the driver of the 24, Chase Elliott. He has had a run in a few times with different drivers, one of those being Ryan Blaney. Here's the fight down the front stretch with the 21.
Two Rookie of the Year candidates going hard at each other, racing hard as you would expect young guys. Aggressive move from the 24 car, entering the tunnel turn.
Following after that 11 of Denny Hamlin, thought he had the position. Then up into the 22 and into the wall goes the 22 and then the inside wall for the 24. They went back in the garage and went to work on that car. And Chase Elliott now standing by with Marty.
Well, Rick, Chase has watched all of those highlights, and I don't know where to start with your day. Let's start with the contact with Ryan Blaney. What happened there?
I don't really think anything much. We were racing hard. I hate to put anybody in a bad spot. We were had a bad segment of events prior to that, and I was trying to stop the bleeding, doing all I could do. I felt like we were falling back. We were losing too many spots, and I had to do something to try to keep from continuing to fall back and just lose all that track position. So hate to, like I say, hate to put anybody in a bad spot. Glad nothing happened there, but obviously that didn't work out later on.
And then with Joey Logano, that was just after a restart, so some very tight racing there as well.
Yeah, it came off of one. Those guys were 3 wide. Thought Denny had the best run, so I elected to push him down the back or down the exit of 1 there, and I thought that would be a good move to kind of get him past, and hopefully he'd drag me by, and I was just still next to him and got in there. I thought I slowed down enough to not get loose, got loose and collected Joey, so I apologize to the 22 guys, completely my fault, and apologize to my guys, man. They gave me a good car today, and I need to rethink my evaluation of how I'm going to approach these races because it's not working out right now.
Well, you mentioned rethink things. It's been a rough month and a half for you guys. What's been going on? How do you not let that get you down?
Just poor decisions on my behalf, I think, is the biggest thing. So you just the best way to fix it is to obviously see that first, notice it, and just go to work. And like I said, rethink my approach. It's definitely not working. And we've had good cars. Had another good car today. I felt like we were, a step in the right direction from where we had been the past couple of weeks, which I felt like was a good sign. Just didn't do my part. So just need to rethink things, try to do a better job, and put ourselves in a better position. It's not bad luck. It's just me putting us in bad spots.
Well, self-reflection for Chase Elliott, hoping to do a little bit better, hoping he can get back going here at Pocono today. And another tough challenge for him next week, guys. Watkins Glen coming up next.
We go back to the past 6 races as Chase Elliott right now scored 33rd. Has not had the finishes that he's been hoping for, and it all started at Sonoma, 21st, then 32nd, 31st, 34th. A little bit of a bright spot, if you can call 15th place for Chase Elliott a bright spot at Indianapolis last week. The Chase standings, he's currently 63 points above the cut line, or was there. But Chase Elliott 45 points now as we see the standings, 45 points in front of that cutoff line and only 5 races to go.
Yeah, and one of those races is Watkins Glen, where, anything can happen at that race. We have a lot of races coming up that things can happen. And look, listen, I like Chase Elliott so much as a race car driver and as a person because I love the fact that he said, this isn't luck.
Right.
We control it. You just said it a little while ago about Chris Buescher and his team's call. Listen, you have things that happen that are good luck and bad luck, without a doubt. But when you take the outlook like Chase Elliott does and says, look, this isn't luck. I need to do a better job. We need to do a better job. I love that attitude. It's not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of strength and a sign of confidence that he can outwardly say that, and he's willing to look at himself and how he can be better.
The one thing that is the huge variable that changes everything today is if this race gets called right now. Because if this race gets called right now, move Austin Dillon, Ryan Newman, Chase Elliott, Jamie McMurray all down a spot, because as soon as Chris Buescher gets into the top 30, he automatically vaults above them, and now the cut line changes.
And you think that's enough of an issue? What if Chris Buescher can win today, and then A.J. Allmendinger can go in at the Watkins Glen tomorrow? Then you move your chase line all the way up above Jamie McMurray. Now Chase Elliott, we just talked to, now he's basically
on
60.
The bubble.
So there is a lot of assumptions that some of these drivers are going to make, that they're going to be 4 or 5 spots in on points very easily. After today, it could be down to 4, and still with a handful of races left, we could have another winner and get that down to the fewest that we've ever seen, down to 2 or 3 spots.
With this format sets up, we talk about wins, but guess what? It's the ultimate point battle too.
Right.
So points still matter, and you get yourself you can get yourself in by wins, but also by points. And points matter a great deal today with this format, just like they did 15, 20 years ago.
Let's go down to Parker.
One guy who knows a lot about how much points matter is Ryan Newman, right now 13th on the grid, 49 to good, 12th in this race. So how's your day been?
Well, it's been better than 12th for the majority of it. The Caterpillar Chevrolet's been running pretty strong. We've had some good track position. Looks to make some good calls, and just kind of didn't expect this fog here situation. So we'll hopefully let it pass and get back to racing.
And we talked a little bit about how good you are with pointing yourself into the chase. You have Chris Buescher right now, who's in the lead. If this race were to be called, one, great story for him. But two, for you, it kind of moves that barrier there of how to the good you are points-wise with the chase.
Yeah, it does, but that's part of it, man. It's we're trying as hard as we can to try to win a race and not have to worry about the point side of it. And we have had a good car all day long. And just sitting 12th right now is not where we want to be, and want to get back going.
Ryan Newman wants to get this race going again so he can get up front. Marty?
Well, if you ever wondered, Parker, if Chase Elliott and Ryan Blaney are okay, yeah, they're fine. They're sitting here beside each other. And let's talk about the up and down day for, we just talked to him. Talk about the up and down day for you, Ryan Blaney. Boy, for a while it looked like you were going to finish easily in the top 10 here. Now you're 11th right now. How's the car been and what's the struggle been this afternoon?
Track position. I thought we got it at one point and took a gamble. And didn't really work out for us, and we had a pit and lost it all. But our car's been really fast. We've had a really good race car. It's just trying to make your car kind of the most. You got to make the most out of your car on restarts, and that's really it's the easiest time to get around people and make time. And a couple of them didn't work out, and we got back up to 11th here. But we've had a great race car. I thought we could have run top 5 all day if it just worked out, and we were able to get track position and be on even tires. But everyone 21 team, they did a great job of fighting hard all day to put us in a decent spot. I hope we go back racing. I really want to finish this thing out because I think we have a good shot to get a lot more spots. So I got to thank Motorcraft and Quick Lane and Ford for doing what they do. And it's been a crazy weekend of racing with rainouts and fog and partial rain. It gets boring for sure. I want to go racing.
I'm sure you do want to go racing. Now, you guys have had a policy of not really looking at points, but do you kind of start paying attention to them as we're 5 in?
Are you going to bring points up right now? No. They've asked me the same thing for 2 months, and I don't look at it. I don't care. We just go out and try to do the best we can and run to our highest of our abilities, and I think that side will take care of itself. But I don't really pay attention to that. We just try to go out and do our jobs, and the other side will work itself out.
Now, you and your best friend Chase Elliott had a run at Kentucky. You made him dinner after that. Now, today he ran into you. Does that mean he owes you dinner?
Did he run into me?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
I don't remember that. I don't know. He did pinch me down in the tunnel turn pretty bad, and I almost wrecked him again. But, he'll probably make me dinner or something, give me something back.
All right, so make that happen. Make sure Chase makes you dinner so he can apologize. All right, Ryan Blaney currently 11th, but would love to go back racing, guys.
Absolutely. Chris Buescher, though, all eyes are on Chris Buescher and the fog right now. Chris Buescher, a year ago, driving for Roush Fenway Racing, won the Xfinity Series championship. And that young man saw his future get even brighter when he knew he had an opportunity that he could run in the Cup Series. It is with Furniture Row Racing, not with Roush Fenway Racing, but a situation where he is now waiting to find out if this fog sticks around or if it starts to rain because showers are in the area and he could potentially get his first ever Cup Series win. Dave?
Well, and Chris and Pocono have a little bit of a history here. I understand in the ARCA Series there was a race canceled once and you were in position to win. Am I correct?
We were close. We were P2 because of fog at that ARCA race. So it would not be the first time they've called a race due to fog here, but we're waiting for a little bit more precipitation. I think I know nobody else wants to see it fall out, but we're doing our dance down here.
I think gale force winds. There's mist in our eyes. I'm not sure the mail could be delivered in this. Your team doing any politicking with NASCAR?
I'm sure. The track looks soaked to me. Looks like the worst conditions getting into one we've seen. I can't see turn 3. I mean, I don't know what's left to be decided at this point.
You and General Manager Jerry Freese have talked a little bit while you're standing here. What you been thinking of?
We're thinking we've been in Pocono long enough, so might as well get it over with and go on to the next one. But the guys did a good job today. We cut down left rear trying to avoid an accident. Brought us down pit road, lost a lap, got the lucky dog back, and Bob got us in a good position on strategy here. So we had a couple more laps left before we had to hit pit road, so it worked out pretty good. So trying not to get my hopes up too much right now. There's still a lot can happen. We got plenty of daylight left if this does roll out.
Yeah, it's been kind of an interesting scene down here as people come up to talk to Chris. They certainly don't want to jinx it and congratulate him or do anything like that, but they do seem to be very positive about what's happening in case it could end here.
You notice that people kind of stay away from him as we look at the Front Row Motorsports team profile, founded back in 2004 by Bob Jenkins. Their first win came with David Reagan back in 2013. That was a restrictor plate track located in the Statesville, North Carolina area. Again, a small team trying to go from week to week, trying to improve upon not only their finishes but just the quality of their team. Week to week, try to learn as much as they can, get better finishes each week and potentially get into a position like they're in right now where they could, with strategy, steal a win away.
And Rick, even though this is a small team, as you mentioned, they're located up in Statesville off Highway 40, a little bit outside the Mooresville area. I was fortunate enough to go to the shop last year to discuss on camera some of the rule changes that were being made for the 2016 season. And when you go into that shop, you could tell it's smaller. It's not the very large grand shops of Joe Gibbs Racing or Penske or Hendrick Motorsports, but there was a lot of very determined men and women in there working, and they had the tools, Jeff. The team had tried to provide the appropriate tools. They have a push-up rig in there. They're working on their race cars. So even as a small team, they just don't show up and hope things go their way. They work consistently week in and week out to try to get better, and we've seen it as of late. As you mentioned, speed at Kentucky, career best finish for Chris Buescher last week at Indianapolis, qualified well this weekend here at Pocono, and now here they are leading in a weather delay, hoping that the race ends. If you're Chris Buescher, you get yourself your first career win.
One driver who doesn't hope it ends is standing by with Mike.
And that's Matt Kenseth running 17th right now, but he's been much higher than that. And we just talked with Chris Buescher, and what a story it would be if he were to able to come away with the trophy today. What would you think if he won today?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Bob Osborne win a lot of races like that with Carl, so I think the situation they're in, they had nothing to lose. You know, go try to do something like that and hope it works out. So he's a good guy and a great race car driver, but I hope we get to go back running green. 17th isn't what we wanted today. We had a car could probably run from 5th to 10th. I felt like we were okay. We just kept losing track position, you know, just the way the cautions flew and when we pitted and restarts and all that kind of stuff. So I feel pretty good about what we have, but I'm not sure we're ever going to get a chance to try to get there.
If we do go green, you feel like you have the car capable of going from 17th back to the front?
Depends what you classify as the front. I think we could probably pass several cars. I don't think that we can probably get much farther forward than 10th without some restarts and things getting jumbled up and getting some easy spots through turn 1 or something like that. Once I get single file, I've had a hard time passing today. We were a lot better the last race here. We could actually make up track position. Where today, once we get settled in, it's been hard for me to make much ground.
You can put Matt Kenseth in the category of drivers who want to go back green. Rick?
Thank you, Mike. Once again, everyone looking at the fog. There, you see the flag in the middle here. Probably less than 5 minutes ago, you couldn't see the flag. So fog beginning to lift a bit, as I referenced before the Fog Bowl back in 1988. Take a look at that. I mean, as a fan, the fans in the stands and the people at home trying to watch this on television, you could not see the action because the fog was so thick.
Yes, Steve, you have to take our word for it. It was really cool.
Oh, my goodness. And once again, we keep our eyes on the fog. Marty?
Just to make us feel bad about ourselves, Joey Logano indeed was not alive for the Fog Bowl. I appreciate you pointing that out to me. I asked you if you wanted to review your day. You said, not really. It was good for a while, though, wasn't it?
It really was. The team did a great job. The Chopinzo Ford was fast. It was really good on restarts. We were able to drive up to the lead a few times. Only if it rained a little bit earlier, we would have had a lot different outcome. But we had a new rear carrier today. He came out of the gate swinging, which is awesome. I'm super proud of that. So there's a lot of positives today. We just ended on a negative note. Just racing hard, trying to get back up there. After that caution, we all had to pit because we tried to win the race when it rained, but then we all had to pit and we lost our track position and trying to get back up there. And 24 just got loose under me. It's part of racing. It kind of stinks to be on this end of it. I know it, but it's just it's part of it, I guess.
I got to ask you about the couple times you took the lead. You took it 3 wide one time around Dillon and Larson. How about that battle in front of you? You were kind of watching it unfold.
That's it. That was very entertaining for me. These guys are racing the heck out of each other, and they're racing for their first win. And there's rain in the forecast, so that was for the win, in my opinion. I think they had the same thought in their mind, and right there, that was a gift for me. So I would trade that back to not have that happen. But things happen. We'll fight through. Like you said, there's a lot of positives that happened today. We're going to focus on those and move forward.
But on restarts, though, that's kind of what you have to do. You have to race like that on restarts here at Pocono, right?
Yeah, it's my job. We're really, I think my team does a really good job on restarts. We're ultra aggressive, and a lot of times you come out ahead for that, and sometimes you don't. But we have a win. We're going to race hard, and in all honesty, like we said plenty of times, finishing second doesn't pay anything for us. It's all about the win, so we're going to get ourselves back up there. So we knew we had a winning race car, and just things happen. When you get side by side with cars, they get really loose, and he just didn't slow down enough.
But as they mentioned, a lot of positives coming out of the day for Joey Logano and his race team. A lot of speed in that 22 car this afternoon, Rick.
Thank you, Marty. We'll take a quick commercial break as we continue to wait out the fog in Pocono. Chris Buescher out in front of the field with just 22 laps to go. Welcome back. Still under red flag condition at Long Pond, Pennsylvania and Pocono Raceway. Chris Buescher is out in front of the field as it is parked now on pit road, awaiting the conditions to change. The fog continues to roll in and out, and it is getting thicker once again here at the racetrack. Let's go to Marty. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike.
Hey, Rick. Sitting down here with six-time champion Jimmy Johnson. There have been better days. A hole in the nose of the car. How has that changed the car for you today?
Yeah, it happened early. I think they pointed it out to me on lap 2, and I really don't know where it came from, but just above the bumper bar where the bow tie sits on the nose of the car, it's a huge rip in the Kevlar there. And at first the balance was off a little bit. The car was pretty tight and slow on the straights, and then they were able to get that patched up. Worked on it 2 or 3 times and lost track position doing so, and we got the balance back on the car, but it's just really slow on the straights. So I feel like the air's being deflected up, and maybe it's starving the cowl and not getting the air in the engine to have it run down the straightaways like it should. But we're just fighting through it, trying to get it going the right way.
Before that had happened, you had shown quite a bit of speed, quite a bit of performance. That, on top of the fact that you ran so well at Indianapolis, do you feel like this team may be turning the corner here a little bit as we get closer to the playoffs?
Leave Indy and think absolutely, and then go through a long, agonizing day today from lap 2, and you forget what happened at Indy. It's crazy how humbling the sport is. The good news, I've watched the 5, and I can't believe how fast that car is down the straights, through the corners. I know track position isn't working for him right now via strategy, but watching him pick cars off and move forward looks good. So we may not have sunshine right now on the 48, but maybe on another car at Hendrick Motorsports, and we'll keep stacking these pennies and hopefully be better when it comes time to count for the chase.
Unfortunately, we don't have sunshine anywhere here in Pocono, Rick.
Yeah, that's the truth. And because of a little bit of a storm that is within 8 miles of the racetrack, the cars are going to be covered up. There potentially could be lightning warnings. And so the fans in the grandstands are being told that severe weather could be an issue. We're waiting out this weather delay. Again, it started as fog. It could end the race based upon rain. But right now, they're waiting it out. Again, the storm hasn't hit. The rain has not come and washed out the track. As far as sometimes we'll say that we lose the track. That's because the track is completely covered with rain and precipitation. That has not happened. It's still just a delay system right now that we're waiting on the fog. But they are being told to cover the cars up because of a storm that is in the area. And we just showed you the radar in the area, but not in the immediate area. So once again, the fans are being told in the grandstands to seek shelter because a storm is potential in the area. Fog's still thick, and Chris Buescher, I'm sure is still happy about the possibility of Front Row Motorsports getting another win. Welcome back to Pocono. Still under a red flag fog delay as Sprint Cup Series racing from Pocono, presented by Mobile One, is under a delay with 22 laps to go. And the situation that we talked about as we were coming close to the halfway point of this race was the possibility of two drivers getting their first win ever in the Sprint Cup Series. But in any of that discussion, did we ever mention Chris Buescher's name? I mean, it was Kyle Larson and it was Austin Dillon. Two guys had been so close to getting their first win. And now, as we close in on possibly ending this race because of weather, Chris Buescher could get his first Cup Series win.
You never know what's going to happen in one of these races. Anytime they drop the green flag on a race, a practice qualifying session, you never know what's going to happen. And it's just crazy as things evolve in this race with all the cautions and all the things that we saw. It created this situation that allowed Chris Buescher and his team to put themselves in position to possibly win this race.
And it hasn't been a smooth day. Chris Buescher and his crew chief Bob Osborne have done a nice job of overcoming. They had damage on the racetrack earlier, had a left rear tire up, had to pit, had a speeding penalty when they came to pit road. So this just proves the length of these races. We always hear about, well, maybe the Cup races would be better if they're shorter. I think the length of these races are here for a reason. A 400-mile race at Pocono proves that you can have an issue, you can recover, you can work multiple strategies. We see at least 3 different strategies through the field, and we weren't even counting the leader strategy. We thought Chris Buescher would have to come to pit road. No one saw the fog coming. The fog came. Now he's our leader. We have Chris Buescher leading. We have the 7-car running third for Tommy Baldwin Racing. It's really a great day so far. We'll just have to see if it stands this way.
And NASCAR wants to wait out the fog. That's not an issue. They would like to see the fog pass through because it's not putting any precipitation onto the track or any moisture on the track right now. It's just obstructing everyone's view, so they can't see at portions of this track. So the situation exists, though, that a storm could come through because we've seen pop-up storms happen here in the Pocono area, especially over the last couple days. So that is what more or less everyone is waiting on to see if the storm passes by and we still have enough light, the fog moves by. We only have 22 laps to go in this race to finish it. That's less than 20 minutes.
And you know NASCAR wants to complete this race. We had great fans come back out on a Monday to see this race here at Pocono. And as you mentioned, we have to be in a delay because the fog puts unsafe conditions for the drivers. Not only can NASCAR not see the cars in the backstretch, their own spotters cannot see them. So we can't go back racing, but we also don't need to cancel. We can wait and see. But if a storm does happen to pop up and wet the racetrack, that would be enough to cancel the race. We've seen all weekend long, takes 3+ hours to dry this facility. But really, we're all standing around waiting to see if the rain gets here or if the fog could leave.
Will the fog win? Well, obviously, this race was supposed to run on Sunday. It was a Monday start for the Sprint Cup Series run. And just before the green flag even flew, it was the 41 of Kurt Busch having to go to the back because unapproved body adjustments to the car.
Charging up through the field. Had a really fast race car early in the race. And then we saw Martin Truex take the lead. Showed a lot of pace early in the race, but right here, right after a pit stop, trouble with the right front tire. The valve steam was knocked off of it. No air in the right front tire. Gets in the wall.
Yeah, we talk about a rookie out front currently under the rain delay. Well, he wasn't the only rookie that was in this race and battling hard. The 24 of Chase Elliott, the 21 of Ryan Blaney have a battle going on. You see here on the front stretch trying to side draft one another, gets close to one another. The 24 takes a hard left back up or a hard right back up to the wall. And then going through the tunnel corner, the 21 gets a little loose. Up the racetrack, the 24 gets cleared.
And then a little bit later, we saw Eric Almirola trying to make a move on Jeb Burton, and Eric just kind of misjudged it a little bit. Comes up the racetrack and gets into the side of Jeb. Made contact. Only got worse from there. 2 cars get together, leaving the corner. You can see Eric's car moves up, and that gets into the left front fender of Jeb, and that turns him right into the wall.
And about halfway, Rick, we thought we had a risk of weather, and that turned up the intensity quickly. Kyle Larson in the 42, Austin Dillon in the 3. This is right around halfway, racing for the lead. 2 young stars trying to guarantee a chase berth. You see the 3 get inside the 42 on the front stretch. The 42 side drafts, and that momentum helps them clear the 3 into turn 1. But that wasn't the end of this battle, Jeff.
No, they continue to battle. Again, they're racing for the lead right here, potentially the win. Kyle Larson with a big block. 3 of Austin drives underneath him. Gets in the corner, gets loose, has to chase it up the racetrack, gets to the side of the 42. They lost all their momentum, and here comes Joey Logano taking the lead. Look at this perspective from Joey. See how loose the 3 car is from behind. Gets into the side. Larson, Joey said he was lucky. That was his spot.
Well, unfortunately for Joey Logano, the luck didn't continue, Rick, because then just a few laps later, trying to recover for some pit strategy, driving back up through the field, gets taken 3 wide by Denny Hamlin and Ryan Newman. Chase Elliott tries to follow Denny Hamlin through, gets loose onto the 22. Both cars go up the racetrack and make contact with a safer barrier.
There was Joey's perspective. We rode along with the 22. Hard hit. Watch him take his hands off the steering wheel when he hits the wall here. So a lot of damage to the 22, but all eyes right now are on the 34 of Chris Buescher.
Yeah, you can see right here, Chris Buescher earlier in the race, there's a big pile up in front. He had to swerve and miss. Somebody got in the left rear of his quarter panel. Cut the tire, he had to pit on the green. So right here, you know they're thinking, hey, our day is in trouble, having big issues, but ultimately this helped put them in a position that they're in now.
Yeah, everyone else is still thinking 160-lap race. They work these different strategies. They pit, try to space it out to the finish. Bob Osborne has nothing to lose, leaves his car on the racetrack. The fog rolls in. The cars are stopped on pit road. Chris Buescher currently the leader. Now he just has to sit and wait, Rick.
With everyone else. And Chris Buescher has been the one who's had smiles pretty much the whole time he's been out of the car. They've put the covers back onto the cars because of the possibility of rain and a storm coming in the area. There's actually some cells building up to the west and the north and moving in this direction. But the reason that they're not on the track right now is because of the fog. They cannot see all the way around this track. Not only the spotters, but also NASCAR, for safety purposes, will not put them out on the track.
Yeah, remember there was conversation about lightning possibly being in the area and wanting to get the fans out of the grandstand. So, you know, they're worried about the safety of the fans as well as the pit crew members and everybody in the infield as well.
So under a red flag condition from Pocono Raceway, Chris Buescher is out front, still waiting on the weather. Storms continue to be an issue from Pocono. Right now it's fog is the reason for all the cars on pit road and the red flag condition, but the storm's building to the north, to the west, and they're moving in a south and east fashion, which means we're right in the middle of the bullseye of where those storms are headed. And so NASCAR has still put us on a hold, a wait situation, because right now the only reason they're not on the track is because of visibility and the fact that it's fog. There is no rain in the area. It's not rained currently at the track, and so no precipitation on the area or on the track to keep them from being out there. But we want to, while we have a moment before anything happens further with this race, take a look at the chase standings. Again, there's only 22 laps to go in this race. Right now, Chris Buescher is leading. If Chris Buescher ends up winning the race, he still has to get into the top 30 in points. And currently he's 31st, 6 points out of that 30th spot. But if he does end up getting the win and get into the top 30, that's going to move everyone down from Austin Dillon, Ryan Newman, Chase Elliott, Jamie McMurray. Kyle Larson will then be outside of the top 16.
Yeah, and I think when you look a little bit closer from 12th on back, you look at Austin Dillon at plus 61, showing speed here today. You heard some disappointment earlier in his interview because he thought he had a better car than currently his position of 13th on the grid. I think Austin Dillon and Ryan Newman, they've shown maybe the most consistency over the last few weeks. They have to feel okay about their point situation. Chase Elliott, you heard, he feels he has to kind of reload how he approaches some of these races because they haven't seemed to work for him. It seems like he's gotten in a lot of accidents, so he has to find a way. And then, Jeff, you look at Jamie McMurray, you would think with his experience that would carry him through, but at only plus 29 and the possibility of ending up 16th if Chris Buescher's victory here stands today, this could be crunch time for Jamie McMurray in the one car.
Yeah, and they've got this position. You think about it, they've gained 38 points over the last 3 weeks, so they've gained some momentum over the last 3 weeks to get themselves in position. Going to Watkins Glen, I always thought of Jamie McMurray as being a really good road racer, but if you look at stats at Watkins Glen, it doesn't say that. I think that he definitely is a good road racer, but he hasn't had the finishes. So a lot of pressure on Jamie, in my opinion, going to Watkins Glen, having to have a good, solid finish.
And Casey Kane had to be looking at Pocono as an opportunity. A two-time winner here, was looking to try to gain some points, but now currently 20 points below the cut line. Could be more than that after this Chris Buescher win. This could change very quickly, Rick. So all of these cars looking forward, a big variety of racetracks from here to Richmond.
I think one of the other drivers that you have to look at that wasn't on that grid or the chase standings is A.J. Allmendinger. A.J. Allmendinger is always a driver who, when you go to a road course, people say, okay, this guy's very talented, absolutely could win this race. If A.J. Allmendinger would win, that again moves the cutoff line down another notch.
No question, and there's no – everybody in that garage would consider A.J. Allmendinger a threat to win next week. And then, to your point, if he wins, think about the pressure it does put on everybody. Think about Ryan Blaney. I mean, Ryan Blaney is 28 points from where he needs to be. And I think that they have enough speed to be able to get there. They've shown the speed. They've shown the ability to make lap time, but they're not getting the finishes they need. So they've got to clean up those finishes. And going to Watkins Glen, and we keep talking about Watkins Glen because it's coming next week, but Steve and I have been a part of Watkins Glen and the road courses where you're running third or fourth with 5 to go and you finish 36.
Right.
You know, it's so easy to happen there. So Ryan Blaney has been a really good road racer in the Xfinity Series and in the Truck Series. He needs to have a good run next week.
Well, and the other track that comes to mind, I won't call it a wild card, but I'll call it very difficult and difficult to guarantee a good finish, is Bristol Motor Speedway. When you go to Bristol for the night race in the summer, it seems like it can be chaotic. It's a small half-mile bull ring, but you look all the way down at 20th. Statistically, Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s best racetrack, has a best career finish there of second. We've seen him lead laps at Bristol. We keep talking about, Chris Buescher today and Watkins Glen and A.J. Allmendinger. You throw a Ricky Stenhouse winning at Bristol, and this can be total chaos by the time we get to Richmond.
Yeah, and when you mention Richmond, when you go to Richmond and you're 5 or 6, 7 points away, trust me, I've been there, I've done it, I know what it feels like. It is nerve-wracking. It is, because you and your team have all that pressure that it all goes into one race for the entire company, for all the sponsors, for all the people that work with the sponsors. It is an unbelievable amount of pressure. To me, in years that I raced for championships, there was more pressure on me in that one race at Richmond trying to get into the chase than there was in the process of trying to win a championship, because it's all in one race. Now, in today's format, those guys feel that at Homestead, but it is amazing going to Richmond when it's close how much pressure there is on you.
And we look at the big picture. Obviously, 5 races to go to the chase, 5 different tracks. You've got a road course, the half-mile of Bristol, the 2-mile, very high-speed oval at Michigan. Darlington, obviously a very historic racetrack, different track than everything else that we would go to, as well as Richmond, where the race to the chase ends.
Yeah, you could list every one of those tracks out and make a list of why they're very difficult. Let's not forget Michigan, the 2-mile track will have the lower downforce package that we saw there in the spring. So completely different racetracks, a completely different package for Michigan. I mean, really, there's not an easy track all year long, but when you look at those 5 and the variety of the 5, not only is that very difficult for the driver, but very difficult for the teams. The engineers, the crew chiefs will have to continually prepare for a different racetrack every week. It's hard to get into a rhythm, Jeff. Hard to have confidence going into these tracks that you know exactly the setup you need.
And what a great way to end the regular season. And you add Pocono on top of that, where we are today. So now you have Pocono, the Tricky Triangle, you go to a road course, you have a short track, you have another short track, you have Darlington. The uniqueness of that means that the teams, the drivers, everybody's going to have to step up. and be good on different kind of racetracks for the next 5 weeks. Listen, if you're just good on 1.5 mile racetracks, that's not going to be good enough. If you're just good on short tracks, that's not going to be good enough. You're going to have to be able to be versatile and be able to run well on every kind of racetrack over these next 5 weeks.
I want to remind you, as next week the Olympics will kick off, Watkins Glen, the Xfinity race, will be on CNBC at Saturday at 1:30. Then on USA Network at 2 o'clock, the Cup Series will take on the road course of Watkins Glen. Last year, the sweep by Joey Logano, a very impressive run by him for both the Xfinity Series as well as the Cup Series. We continue to wait out the weather at Pocono. Chris Buescher, the most anxious. Welcome back. Thank you for multitasking with us on this Monday afternoon. Sprint Cup Series racing from Pocono, presented by Mobil 1. 138 laps complete of a 160-lap race. If you do the math, 22 laps to go. That's how close we were to finishing this race. But when the fog rolled in, all of the cars were brought onto pit road and just recently covered because of the possibility of a storm coming through. If it does rain, if a storm does pass through the area, NASCAR will ultimately have to call the race because of the length of time it takes to dry this racetrack and the fact that it takes about 3 hours and there are no lights at the track. So if the rain would come, which, as we've looked at the radar a few times, it is dialed in on us. If it were to come, Chris Buescher could get his first ever win in the Sprint Cup Series. There's a good look at the radar, and just a lot of things headed this direction. We are that dot right in the center of Pocono Raceway. Those rings are about 8 miles, so it's inside of 8 miles away from getting to us, but NASCAR waiting it out to see if this fog would lift for long enough for them to finish this race. So there's only 22 laps remaining.
Yeah, it's a tough call. NASCAR does everything in their power to try to have the race fans see a complete race. You know, race fans came on TV to watch a complete race. They came to the racetrack to watch a complete race. They do everything they can. They put a great effort in yesterday, trying to get the race in yesterday. It just couldn't happen. So, you know, with potential lightning in the area, with potential rain coming, they're going to wait this out. I don't know how much longer they can wait it out, though. We'll see. But I know what, every minute that passes by, Chris Buescher is just a minute closer to having a Cup trophy in his pocket.
And we also know that coming up will be Watkins Glen next week. And there was some big news already earlier in the week with Brad Keselowski, who was testing at Watkins Glen. This was coming down the front stretch, and brakes failing as he went into turn one.
Yeah, huge impact. Is no brakes, so now, you know, head-on wreck into the barrier. This is a tire barrier. the people at Penske were nice enough, kind enough to send that video out to show what exactly happened. This was at a test, and that was a big impact. See the steering wheel bent. Brad was holding onto the wheel, obviously bent the steering wheel. Just a huge impact. And, you know, Brad talked a lot about needing to make that corner safer. At the same time, he was able to walk out of the car and wasn't injured. So great work by everybody and everything that they've done. Also, a reminder that there's always work to be done.
So again, Watkins Glen will be coming up next week, or actually the end of this week, which and just coming through my headset here, the race has been declared official. Chris Buescher is your winner at Pocono. Chris Buescher wins the Pocono race, and so his first ever Cup Series win comes at it's going to be weather shortened race, but as you mentioned, Jeff, it doesn't matter. It's his first ever Cup win.
First ever Cup win, and look at that trophy. What a cool first trophy to get. And, you know, listen, I'm happy for Chris Buescher because we know what a warrior he is inside the race car. We saw him in the Xfinity level, give 100%, win championships, race hard, drive hard. Took a step back this year from a competitiveness standpoint to give himself a chance to be at the Cup level. And that's you call it a sacrifice because you go from winning races to not, and that's very difficult to deal with.
He had a lot of time to think about this. Chris Buescher was inside the car for quite some time before they allowed them to get out of the car. And Chris Buescher is going to be celebrating at Pocono Raceway. This moment presented by Sunoco, fueling victories all season long. So now he will head to the makeshift victory lane. And we saw Brandon Dalsky, the track president, was in there awaiting Chris Buescher to make his way there. And I'm sure he didn't want to go anywhere near there, thinking he might jinx it if he would head in that direction. Did not want to assume anything as far as the possibility of winning this race because of weather.
And now, Rick, this Front Row Motorsports team has done the hard part of qualifying for the chase. They've won a race just outside the top 30 in points, and you just have a nice, consistent following 5 weeks coming up. We saw the list of tracks, get those points to get into the top 30, and Chris Buescher and the 34 team will be in the chase after Richmond.
The intensity level just ratcheted it up for the 34. There's no question. This team now, over the next 5 weeks, they've got to tighten everything up. They got to work on pit stops. They got to do everything just a little better. They're just a few points out of where they need to be, but they're going to have to earn it. This is the race they're 31st for a reason. If they could be 28th, they would be 28th. They're going to have to find a way to improve, to move themselves in, and it's going to be tough for them.
And there, the indicator on the bottom, Chris Buescher, he has a win now. He's 6 points behind 30th. So once he makes it to 30th, those 6 points, that's 6 positions on the racetrack. He makes up those 6 points, gets into the top 30. Chris Buescher will be just below Tony Stewart on this list, just ahead of Austin Dillon. That moves everyone down. And now the cutoff line that's at Kyle Larson, it will move above Kyle Larson, and it will be right below Jamie McMurray.
That'll put the Chip Ganassi teammates of Jamie McMurray, Kyle Larson, only 9 points apart to see who's in the chase. So multiple stories when it comes to points and who's going to be eligible for the chase for the next 5 weeks.
And remember, the next race coming up will be Watkins Glen. Could someone get a win there, a first-time winner, or someone that isn't already on the chase standings or a part of the chase grid? Chris Buescher declared the winner at Pocono. We will talk to him on the other side of the break. Chris Buescher will be able to celebrate for the first time in his NASCAR career a Cup Series win. Welcome back to Pocono. It is official. Chris Buescher has been given the information. He is the winner at Pocono Raceway, getting his first ever win in the Cup Series. Congratulations all around, the handshakes, and about ready to do the hat dance. He's no stranger to success. He won the Xfinity Series championship. He's won numerous races in the Xfinity Series, but this will be the first win for Chris Buescher in the Cup Series. Dave?
And we're walking in now to the man who has walked into victory lane. Typically, you like to drive in here today, but I'm assuming this will be okay for you.
Yeah, we'll walk in here. We don't have any of the team here yet, even. So, just really proud of them. They stuck in there. Getting that damage fixed on our dockside logistics Ford, making sure that we were in a good place to get the strategy and make it work out. And a lot of guys that were on a similar strategy hit pit road right before we did, and they made the call up on the box to pull it off. So. This is just going to stir up our whole year. We're really happy for everybody we've had on board with CSX and Love's Travel Stops to get everybody in the chase. And now we just got to make sure we're top 30 in points.
What was this wait like just now, Chris?
Oh, that was stressful. I was trying not to get my hopes up because I know how these things can play out. And, Mother Nature can be really nice sometimes, or it can be really mean. And if that sun would have come out, it'd have changed our whole day. But thanks to all the support from Ford. We had a little bit of team building this week leading up to this race.
Oh, like what?
A little bit of paintball. I may have shot Blaney in the back of the head by accident. Little knocker balls. Just had a good time with them. So thank you for Ford for all their support. We're having a blast with it. Get Front Row Motorsports back in victory lane. It's a different way to do it, but we're having a lot of fun here.
What about the 34 team when they roll in here? How's it going to be to see them?
I haven't seen them since we got out of the car. I haven't seen a single one of them. So it's an agonizing wait, but really proud of those guys. It's been awesome this year with the alliance, with Roush Fenway's help, and just getting everything heading in the right direction. It's we're on the right path right now.
You talked about Roush Fenway. We've talked about you being just outside the top 30 in points. You're well connected there. Is there another couple of switches that you guys can throw in terms of the relationship?
We're I think we're pretty maxed out right now, but we'll see. This could definitely stir it up. We got to get there in points, and I have no clue. I haven't seen a monitor since this all happened. Where we're
6 points out of 30th.
So we're in the hunt. We can definitely handle this now.
That makes you hungry?
Yeah, we can get into this chase now. We'll go do it the same way we've been doing. We've been heading in the right direction. We've had a lot of momentum lately. We just need to keep clicking off these top 15s, and we need to get to a point where we're more competitive here at the end, so we can stay in the chase.
You are a Sprint Cup winner. Let that sink in a bit.
Yeah, it's not going to for a while.
What's that feel like?
That's honestly, it doesn't even feel real right now. We're like I said, it's so quiet in here. We're not even in the real victory lane. We're having to seek shelter. Just a pretty wild event. Thanks to all the fans that hung out here with us this whole weekend and into Monday. I know it was tough on them, so it's a tough way to end a race for a lot of people, but it's a pretty awesome way for us.
I know girlfriend Emma is back home. She's been texting like mad. What do you think she's thinking about now? You want to say hey to her?
Yeah, she's probably a little bit less stressed now. She can probably calm down a little bit. She's been wearing everybody out, trying to figure out what's going on, what the conditions are, and she's probably been she probably expresses more what I was feeling inside. I just tried to keep a little bit more calm there, not get my hopes up.
What do you think? A new sign heading into Prosper? Is that going to be done, you think?
We'll find out. We still have a Chris Buescher Day in Prosper, so I don't know if I want to beg him for too much more. I'll stick with that for now.
The pride of Prosper, Texas, 23-year-old Chris Buescher. He's the Xfinity Series champion, and now, Rick, he's a Sprint Cup winner.
And big smiles on the face of Chris Buescher. Not only Chris Buescher, but that whole team. Started 22nd today, ended up top because of strategy and because of some luck. They had a tire go down, came to pit road, decided, you know what, we're not going to come when everybody else comes. We're going to stay out.
Yeah, Regan Smith ended up third. Ryan Blaney in 11th, just outside the top 10. Austin Dillon, we saw him in that hard battle with the 42 to try to win the race around halfway.
See Jeff Gordon down in 28th, having that issue with his seatbelt. I'm sure they'll have to look at that before the next race.
Chase Elliott back in 33rd. Definitely not the finish he was looking for. The bad finishes continue for that team as he closes in on getting closer to the cutoff line for the chase standings. And I mentioned the team. Front Row Motorsports, it's been quite a while, 118 races since their last win. And so, man, you see Jack Roush coming in and congratulating Chris Buescher. He saw a lot of promise, obviously, in Chris when he had him drive for him in his Xfinity Series program. So that's great to see Jack Roush come in and congratulate Chris Buescher. But this team, overall, it's not just the driver. We shine a spotlight, probably the brightest on the drivers, but at the same time, owners, crew members, family, all are going to be able to celebrate getting another win in the Sprint Cup Series.
Yeah, this could be, this is the day you work for. This is the day you get up early to catch those flights away from home, away from your family, drive to the shop to prepare the next week's car. It's tireless, and here they are. You could see the smile on their faces to push that car in victory lane. This really makes all of those long, tireless days worth it.
Yeah, this is the part when you do win a race. This is the part that's so enjoyable, and actually taking time with your team. It's amazing how they separate the driver from the team. Kind of sucks the enthusiasm out of it, in my opinion, because that's who you want to celebrate with. You want to be with the guys that made it happen. So you can see this is the first time they've really had to congratulate each other, and this is a great feeling to go into victory lane with a group of people that work so hard.
And the hat dance normally would be in victory lane, but because of the weather that is in the area and the possibility of storms that are close and the photos already taking place, but storms in the area, they're doing it in the garage, a makeshift victory lane. So a lot of pictures will be taken documenting this win for not only Chris Buescher but Front Row Motors. Front Row Motorsports has won their second Cup Series race. This one shortened by fog and weather.
And Chris Buescher did a great job behind the wheel, but Bob Osborne, the gentleman standing to Chris's right there, has to take a lot of this credit, because not only did he stayed in the game. They had a little trouble, they had a damage, had a flat tire, had to come to pit road, had a speeding penalty, Jeff, but they persevered, and there you go. And what you get for having a great pit strategy is a bath in victory lane.
Yeah, we talked earlier about Chris Buescher. He took a step back to go into a team that wasn't quite as competitive after being the Xfinity champion. But think about Bob Osborne. He was at Roush Fenway. He was the crew chief. He was Carl Edwards' crew chief. He also, to work with Chris Buescher, went to work at Furniture Row, a smaller team, less funding. So a little bit of a sacrifice for him to try to help Chris Buescher move forward.
This is Bob Osborne's 19th win as a crew chief. So a lot of success, and being able to take a young driver, young 23-year-old out of Prosper, Texas, and get him his first ever Cup Series win.
And Rick, we always talk about technical alliances and the big teams. Well, this smaller team has an alliance that worked very closely with Roush Fenway Racing. Remember, Roush Fenway also having a big dry spell of victory lane. So perhaps this wave of emotion, this wave of success will carry upstream to the bigger team that aids in Front Row's approach to the race team. I know it isn't the type of win, the dominating win you want, but as you said, Jeff Burton, that trophy right there will end up on someone's trophy case. Chris Buescher at home will be able to look at it. Congratulations to the entire team.
My advice, Chris, is take it and run. Don't take your hands off of it.
Yeah, what a great day. What a great moment for Chris Buescher. There, Brandon Igdalski is right next to him. They're going to hold the trophy. The celebration will continue, but it will be a little bit shorter because of this being a Monday race. He doesn't get to savor this win as long as some of the other drivers who get their first wins do, because this one coming on a Monday, and right away we'll be back in action starting on Friday from the Glen at Watkins Glen. Disappointing day for quite a few drivers, not ending the way they would hope that it would have ended for them, especially Joey Logano and Martin Truex Jr., guys that will be scored 37th and 38. Also Paul Menard, so strong in practice and qualifying, and not the finish that they were hoping for.
And Greg Biffle, we saw Greg Biffle with a lot of speed. When he got out front, he was able to stay out front for a long time. Their pit strategy ended up not working out, and he ended up 25th.
Winning's always special, but when you see teams go to victory lane multiple times, they have that just burst of celebration, and then it seems to get a little subdued. Not with this group. No. As we watch this group, I have a feeling these guys are going to celebrate. They don't care if it's a short week. They don't care that we're a day closer to Watkins Glen. This could be career moments for most of these guys on this team. This is just, they're going to enjoy this for a long time to come.
That's a great point, Steve, because I'd mentioned that Front Row Motorsports had not won a race in 118 races. So there are probably members of this crew, members of this team that have never won a Cup Series race. And this might be their first Cup Series race, just like it's Chris Buescher's first ever Cup Series win. So guys are going to be able to cherish this and always remember that first win that they received, they got when they were able to get out front at Pocono. The hat dance will continue. Ford, the manufacturer for Front Row Motorsports, getting back to victory lane. It's been a Toyota-dominated 2016, and so now to see Ford back in victory lane. Penske obviously has had great success, but the top scored Toyota, 7th with Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, we have 2 blue ovals of Ford, first and second, and then a whole string of Chevrolets. How about, when is the last time you think Tommy Baldwin Racing scored the Chevrolet manufacturer's points in 3rd position, the highest finishing Chevrolet?
And the way that NASCAR will work, they will take 2 cars from each manufacturer, and they will take them back to the research and development and check them out, take them through a technical inspection, wind tunnel testing as well. So again, that's 2 cars from each manufacturer will go back to the R&D center.
Yeah, so NASCAR is always trying to evaluate, make sure no one has an advantage, to make sure no one, there's always a lot of talk in the garage. It's been like this forever. You know, those guys are doing this, these guys are doing that. Well, NASCAR today, they don't tell the teams they're going to do this. They just stop you, get everybody away from the cars, don't let a team touch the car unless they have to push the car somewhere. Then they watch you do it. They're going to load the cars in the NASCAR trailer, and they're going to take them back to the R&D center, and they want to look these cars over to make sure that everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing and make sure no one has an advantage that NASCAR doesn't know about.
Well, and it's not just an advantage, but remember, we continually talk about downforce being adjusted with these rules changes, but then we hear these stories about how teams have found it back through legal means, maybe changing the exhaust, changing the floor pans, other things that can affect downforce to match the exterior of the car that NASCAR has delivered to these teams. So the only way you can kind of adjust the rules is to understand what amount of downforce you're currently racing under. So NASCAR thinks they know, but they really need to take a few from each manufacturer to the wind tunnel, test them all in the same situation to understand maybe how much of the downforce these teams have found back, Jeff.
Jeff, do you remember the first win?
Like it was yesterday. That's my first win in every series I ever drove in, I remember. And it's something you'll never forget. It's an unbelievable feeling. It's an accomplishment. It's a sign that, hey, I can do this. I fit in. It is a great feeling.
And this win will not just motivate Front Row Motorsports, but all of the teams in that category with Front Row that come and have that uphill battle against the bigger teams. This proves they can win. It proves the big teams can be beaten. This will be felt through that half of the entire garage.
And everything we talked about, Steve, today with all the strategies that were open because of the size of this racetrack, all that's open again next week. So everybody going to Watkins Glen is saying, how can we find a way to get in victory lane? Even if we're not as fast as the guys that can win it just on speed, how can we put ourselves in position to win a race through strategy? And that racetrack will allow them the opportunity.
And the chase standings, every driver from about 13th to 17th is worried because Chris Buescher just made it more of an uphill battle. Is there another team that could win and slide that line down even more?
So another wild card winner enters the chase standings with a win, and the next race that we look forward to, Watkins Glen, always known for a track where another wild card win could take place and eliminate another spot as far as points are concerned in the chase standings and the possibility at a title. Coming up next on NBCSN, an encore presentation of the track and field Olympic trials. This one after starting a day later. Got underway over overcast skies. A lot of bumping and banging. People fighting for positions. Restarts crazy. In the end, fog brought everyone to pit road. And then it was Chris Buescher celebrating his first ever win in the Cup Series.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.